the end is upon us. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the finale of Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. If you'll remember last time, we were exploring Ultima Thule and seeing what this land has to offer us. We came into contact with the strange beings known as the EA after helping to solve the problems of the dragons. And we learned that the EA, these guys here, had long ago given up their corporeal forms in order to pursue immortality. They found the answer, and now for whatever reason they wish to reobtain their physical bodies so that they may die. Why this is, we don't know. However, Urianger and Yastol, I believe, no wait, it was Urianger and, yeah, that's right. It was Urianger and Grahatia that wanted to speak with us. Aye, this place shall serve. Is it the spring that you wish to investigate? Pray forgive me, my friends, but there is naught to investigate. 'Twas but a pretense to speak in private. You have our undivided attention. As we have established, here in Ultima Thule, those denizens of ruined stars are recreated in their twilight days. Yet one question doth arise in my mind. So faithfully formed are the simulacra, they believe themselves yet amongst the living. How doth thou suppose this is possible? Medion made contact with them while they still lived? Of course! She must have visited the stars of the dragons and the EA before either race perished in their entirety. Thus, she could make their emotions her own, and with them create a more faithful simulacra that she had relied on any historical account. So too did I theorize that, and upon assumption, consider how those two races had met their demise. According to thine own tale, Medion perceiveth the emotions of those nearby as her own, a heightened sense of empathy intrinsic to her nature as an enteleki. In the course of her starfaring journey, if she encountered beings who strongly desired a cessation of their existence, she would be powerless before that desire. Even if she possesseth the power to grant it, the power of Dynamis. 'Tis my supposition that, overwhelmed by their longing for death, Medion did unleash Dynamis and ushered the dragons and EA onto their doom. Of course, such is not always the outcome. Full many stars did she find already laid to ruin. In order to create Terminus, however, the fervent desire to end is necessary. Therefore, should you struggle to find the way forward, pray ask yourselves this. In a place where you stand, whose is the soul that yearneth most desperately for oblivion? Why do you tell us this now? Ne'er again would I betray your trust. This pledge I did make to my comrades in bringing thee into my confidence. I would remain true to my word. As for thee, let us consider it my fitting reward for the secrets I harbored for the Crystal Exarch. I once placed my faith in thy chosen path, walking at thy side knowing full well we were bound for demise. I ask now that thou returnest the favor, and abide in faith as I fulfill mine own destiny. If you say my debt has come due, how am I to refuse? 'Tis indelicate of me, I know full well, and I can't but beg that I forgive this. Yet even if the needs go to such lengths, I cannot well feign ignorance if the answer is found within. The answer to the question, in what moment might I stand strongest? Rianche. After all we've been through, I will only say this. Do what you must. Do what you must and see your conviction through. I shall, my friend. I shall. Without further ado, let us go and join our comrades. Hey, Raoul. Hope you're having a great night. Let us go be off to Agelia. How are you? I'm doing just fine. Oh, also, off screen, I went ahead and finished the, what was I gonna say? Oh, yeah. I finished the magic DPS role quest, so I was able to dye my horn the proper purple that I like. I felt that it would be a more fitting appearance to have the purple horn along with some slight orange to complement the hair. I must admit, it does look very nice. You doing alright yourself, Raoul? You don't sound too good. Lost a friend in the last couple hours? Oh god. Sorry to hear that, Raoul. I hope I can provide you a little bit of comfort at least. It seems that everyone's accounted for. Shall we then?
Please continue. Tell us about this truth you discovered.
We've never actually heard these guys voice acted.
Very well. Bear in mind, however, that the purpose of this conversation is not to impart scholarly knowledge.
Say your character's
For such
canonically
requires
horny.
that you comprehend the subject matter, which you will not.
Hey.
We will forego the intricacies of our scientific methodology and deal only with the conclusion, the end of our society and our world. We acknowledge, with regret, that your star is in the midst of the same panic-induced cataclysm that befell FFXIV. As such, in order to avoid causing undue distress, we will refrain from explicitly stating how much time you have remaining.
I mean, that's why we're here. To avert that.
You are entirely too kind. I pray you recount your tale as you see fit.
In the beginning, the universe was but a tiny particle. Then suddenly, this particle began to expand. Having remained entirely in the bounds of your star, the phenomenon may be difficult for your kind to grasp. But this expansion has since continued unabated.
Expansion of the universe.
Speculating that the universe could not grow indefinitely, we sought to learn what might occur, and made a worrying discovery. The stars will continue to spread apart, as will their finite thermal energies. Eventually, all heavenly bodies will grow cold and freeze. No new stars will be born, and the universe will enter into an eternal ice age. In hopes of proving that this determination was erroneous, We scrutinized our research from all angles, even as we sought to avert the everlasting winter. The endeavor proved fruitless. So infamously so, in fact, that it became synonymous with vain effort. The universe as we know it would end, and there is no way to prevent it. Beneath the weight of this knowledge, our society stagnated. Though we had time still, it was a cold comfort.
Hey.
So
it seems like the opposite of heat death.
When desolation was assured, when our wealth of wisdom, accumulated since the dawning of our kind, would be forever lost. No civilization would rise from our ashes. No scholar recover our knowledge. In silence unbroken, naught would stir. Intellect was once our pride. Overnight, it became our shame. Our works, monuments to futility. Immortality, our greatest invention, became a source of suffering. Rather than suffer on, many chose to unmake themselves by means of etheric exsanguinators. Etched upon these stones are the testaments of such souls. Though many left no words at all, thinking it a pointless gesture. Once we have obtained vessels of flesh, we likewise intend to vanish. If you understand this, understand aught of our tale, you will abandon your quest for knowledge. Ignorance truly is bliss. If you would cling to your illusory happiness, remain primitive and pure. It is the only way.
I think Y'shtola calls bullshit on that.
So that's your story. While I appreciate your advice, I will not heed it. Convinced though you may be of this truth.
Are you suggesting that we have reached a faulty conclusion? That our science failed us?
Hardly. As you yourself said,
The subject matter is beyond my comprehension.
And that, I accept, is true. I do not possess the knowledge to prove or disprove your conclusion. In my mortal years, I doubt I could even approach the wisdom of the air. But of one thing am I absolutely certain. I would not be happier in ignorance.
Y'shtola, no! You mustn't!
Oh god.
The most important lesson I've learned is that learning isn't simply passing one's eyes over words. Nay, 'tis when understood for oneself that knowledge attains its true value. This is what has sustained me, driven me onward in joy and wonder, in anger and sorrow. The universe may end, and all may be for naught. But I will live as I always have.
You tell him, Y'shtola!
I will always seek out new knowledge. And no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire.
Do it, Y'shtola!
I suppose it is only to be expected. Their feeble minds cannot fathom the terrifying gravity of it all. But worry not. We consider it our duty to enlighten you, and we will not stop until you grasp the full extent of our despair.
Time for them to dissolve. Yep. They dissolve into Angry Bird. They dissolve into Despair Bird, and then Despair Bird blankets things in despair.
Keep calm and listen well. Though my body will soon dissipate, there may be a way to restore it.
Oh?
Asm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back.
Of
But
course.
you mustn't, for it would mean losing our way forward. This I only reveal so that you can promise not to invoke the magic. We came here knowing what victory may cost, so press on. Press on, and do not look back.
I shall join thee. As subterfuge is not required, thou shalt not suffer for mine absence.
Are y'all Shay? No! What are you doing?
My resolve hath
Why are we losing both of them?
Full oft have I wavered in my decisions, and afterwards been stricken with regret. In spite of this, I may still stand with my comrades, supporting them as they attempt the greatest of feats. This truth I have learned in the course of our journey.
Exactly. It's illogical.
I may also claim to excel in prophecies. My studies, into which have granted me the flexibility of mind needed to bend this malleable reality. Thus shall I hope that thou mayest have the strength to resist, and our comrades the strength to continue.
With you to urge us on, how could we possibly fail?
Welp. They getting the suck. Well. Fuck.
What's this? An extinguished civilization. Rekindled.
You. Hi there, edgy bird.
That's right. Our quest doesn't end here. We'll press on, and we will find you.
There. That's where you'll find me.
Is that another star?
Of the stars we visited, most were already devoid of life. And where there was life still, the inhabitants wished for death. But even death, we learned, isn't truly the end. It is but a part of the cycle of rebirth.
I have no clue how.
Souls return to the star, or in its absence, a larger flow. And eventually they are reborn. Alive again, to know suffering anew. True salvation lies not in dying. It lies in not being born. This is the gift I would give to you. To all life on beautiful Atheris. To that end, we created an egg wherein life cannot quicken. That dead sun. Attain it if you can, before your friends' emotions fade away, along with their protection.
Your permission is not granted, Rao. You're not dying on me. The level 90 quests. Victory at any cost. Are you all ready to continue on? Of course I'm not going to listen to Medion. And let us make for where the light's shone. Your stolen and Urianger have opened the way for us. I'm well aware of that, Rao, but I'm not going to forsake your ability to be reborn, okay? Shush. Besides, there's gonna come a point later on in your life where you're going to be like, oh shit, I made the wrong choice. Most of the time, these supposed feelings of crushing despair are ultimately only brought on for but a brief, fleeting moment, and then at the end of it, if you've made some, like, very drastic action during it, you're going to just regret it in the long run, so no, I will not let you accept it. Yes, I can feel it. The aether is emanating from this arcane pattern. This is a portal, make no mistake, and let us see where it leads. Victory at any cost. This seems like Omega civilization. Indeed, it would appear to be whatever civilization Omega came from. So I was right in my analysis. It seems like Omega's replica was not without basis. Amazing, yet another civilization. Attacked as soon as you arrived. Not the most welcoming of places, is it? We must try to find denizens who are amenable to conversation. We should try to get the lay of the land and see how far we can go. I'll help Alphino with that. In the meantime, you and Graha can search for the friendlier folk. Apart from the hostile buildings, take care with your footing. I mislike the look of this terrain. Not knowing what the locals are like, you best take care of yourselves. We'll find you once we finish exploring. This does appear to be Omega civilization. Or at least the civilization that spawned Omega. I expect the twins will seek the outermost bounds of the Isle, so I propose we search the central area. There are machines patrolling here and there, sentinels in all likelihood. Like those you encounter, they will most certainly attack any you venture too close. Let us avoid them and look for others that look more approachable. Orchestron Delta Hexi. You see not but patrolling machines in the area. They do not seem inclined to verbal intercourse. Overflow Omicron. This used to be part of Omega species. But why would a computer yearn for death? Makes little sense. After all, they are computers. They should not fear the overwhelming, crushing existential dread that has caused most of the previous species to succumb. Bonk. Bonk. It is indeed peculiar. Machines, surveillance systems, what look like fans, merchants, even an aetheryte. What use my machines have for aetheryte, I wonder? What an odd shape nonetheless. Ah, seems like Graha found one to communicate with. Look, Ender, the machines here do not appear hostile. Let's see if we can communicate with them. Begging your pardon, but we are searching for the denizens of the star. Unknown life form detected. Assigning genetic ladle. Interplanetary travelers. Oh, they're using the old school Final Fantasy VI text boxes. That's really cool. Greetings and welcome to the planet. The planet what? Could you repeat that, please? It appears your hearing organ is unable to process the name in our tongue. It may be translated into yours as Alphatron. Our people, meanwhile, are called the Omicrons, and you stand within one of our outposts. The Omicrons, you say? And what is it you do here? We are preparing for war. As we presently do not have a designated target, you have nothing to fear. Should your star become designated, however, you will be taken into custody and or terminated. Not a little frightening, these Omicrons, but they at least seem to be forthright. I will see what I can learn from this fellow. Could you try speaking with the others? Does Final Fantasy XIV take place in the same universe as the other Final Fantasy games? A lot of the Final Fantasy games seem to be like separate, like different separate universes. But a lot of elements from some games cross over into others. 14 has taken a lot of elements from other Final Fantasy games and weaved them into its own story. Greetings, traveler. When venturing outside the outpost, beware malfunctioning units. They do not heed Sir's commands and indiscriminately attack all non-Omicrons. For the avoidance of confusion, be advised that Sir is the alias of Stigma 1. Sir issues instructions to our forces as the foremost of the 6 strategic matrices that bear the designation Stigma. Measuring combat capability. Result, negligible. Subject falls outside targeting parameters. Greetings, traveler. We are the Omicrons, and our objective is self-enhancement. In order to achieve this, we venture forth in conquest to acquire combat data and resources. Most recently, we succeeded in subjugating the homeworld of the being whose strength was said to be without parallel, the dragons. Yet though the Endeavor wielded a wealth of combat data, the star was rendered barren and unable to yield resources. A subsequent costing determined that the losses incurred exceeded the gains. So they did attract the dragon's homeworld. Autonomous weapon deployment complete. Vanguard armament upgrade complete. Munition levels satisfactory. Combat readiness assessment normal. Awaiting instructions from Sir. Maintaining state of combat readiness. So it seems like the Omicrons were always in a constant state of war in order to seek improvement. You learned a few things, so did I. We share our findings. However, I believe it best to step outside the outpost. Come with me. Ah, there you are! We finished surveying the area. This will become as no surprise, but there is no way forward. There are other portals like the one we used to get here, but those that worked only sent us back to isolated isles. Then, as before, we must locate the embodiment of emotion that bars the way. What of yourselves? Did you find anyone to speak with? We found robots. They were trippy. They were also the robots that attacked the homeworld's planet, the dragon's homeworld, and possibly spawned Omega. So the Omicron seek to advance themselves through conquest. Following their victory over the dragons, they stand ready for the next campaign, but their leader has yet to issue new commands, so they wait. So you have to sack someone! In such a place, who could it be that fits Oriange's description? A soul whose yearning for oblivion surpasses all others. Oriange said this? During our investigation before we join you in Elegeda, so that's the way of it. Why couldn't he just say it to all of us? Given what we know of this place, it's certainly a curious state of affairs. While dragons and EA long for death, the Omicrons long for conflict. As much as they may lead to destruction, there is considered a distinct desire. In order to find the source of this dominant emotion, I believe we should seek out their leader, this Sir. According to M032, the first Omicron with whom we spoke, there is a console by which we might communicate with it. M032 also add that it would be a pointless exercise, but that in itself I believe is worth investigating. What say you? Seems like a worthwhile endeavor. Okay, I can't even read that. So the console we seek lies on the far side. Given the nature of the ground, the route may not be entirely direct as it seems. Let's watch our steps as we make our way. All the beings here seem to be different types of war machines constructed by a far-off civilization. They don't seem to function based on any form of magitech we're familiar with, and it certainly doesn't seem like they're built like Garlean technology or anything else. It's even beyond ASCII. It's even beyond, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah. It's even beyond Halligan technology. This species has technology entirely of their own. An advanced civilization of machines bent on war in order to improve themselves. This must be the species that created Omega. A sort of pre-built probe, as it were, to go and scour the galaxy to look for opponents to face in combat, in order to gain more combat data. That's why Omega held that massive tournament for us to fight in. Or he fought against hundreds of other species and against different worlds, and eventually Omega himself, facing off against villains like Kefka and the Exodeth in the process. Yes, and eventually defeating Omega himself in combat. They were looking to discover what made us so strong, but ultimately what that was, they couldn't exactly quantify. The ability to overcome our limits time and time again. Something they couldn't quantify. Because they're machines. A machine wouldn't be able to comprehend the concept of dynamis. So it seems like this eye was the symbol of their leader. At least from what I guess, anyway. It's late to ruin now, but this appears to be the console. Well, it seems unresponsive. Would you care to take a look at it? Try touching, smacking, and tuning with the console, but there's no response. No luck, I see. But there must be a way to achieve it. There must.
Well, I'm out of ideas.
As am I. Operating such consoles is trying enough. But if we can't even activate it?
Perhaps there is a way.
Oh?
First, consider the world that has been recreated here. Its inhabitants were machines who gathered combat data to enhance themselves. And among the many wars they waged, the most notable was that against the dragons. As you've doubtless surmised, I believe this was the homeworld of Omega.
Yep.
Sid built a jamming device to defeat it.
Have you tried to turn it on and off again?
Bursts of lightning, its sole weakness.
So if we can recreate one of these jamming
That's
devices,
all well and good, but
we
what
could
does
jumpstart the thing.
Wait. You're not thinking to strike the console with lightning, are you?
I mean, it's worth a shot.
As a matter of fact, I am. Ask yourselves this. Why would an entity as puissant as Omega not be designed to suppress the effects of lightning?
Because it relies upon it, or something akin to it, as a source of energy.
Exactly.
My thoughts exactly. And there is a good chance the same is true of the Omicrons and their devices.
They rely on some kind of electricity in order to keep
So,
active.
Shall I cast caution to the wind and try something reckless and dramatic?
This wouldn't be a Scion endeavor without it. Or I could use my custom-made Omega Jammer.
You still have it!
You still have it.
Sid and Nero's legendary device which brought low the super weapon Omega. Wait, the actual device was much too big to lug around, so you must only have the control module.
Dang.
Nero was getting all excited. Never mind. An old-fashioned spell will suffice.
I love how Raha's still being a nerd even now. He's always been such a nerd about the Warrior of Light's adventures. Oh, fuck. Who woke me up? God damn it, I was sleeping. You fuck.
Welcome information to communications module 1. Connection established.
Oh yeah, long story short, Ral. A long time ago, back in Stormblood, you actually fought against, let me see if I can find a picture here. Let's see, here we go. You fought against a creature a long time ago. Let's see if I can move this over here so I can access the reference files. Here we go. Called this a long time ago. This is Omega. This big beefy lad. We fought against him during the during the raids at the end of Stormblood. We used Omega to combat Shinryu to start the expansion, but at the end we discovered that Omega was actually the super weapon that laid waste to the dragon's homeworld, or at least one of them, and then chased the dragon from our planet that came to reside on our planet, Storm Terror, to our planet in the first place. Though eventually, after we reactivated it, Storm Omega crash-landed into the desert, and then basically pitted us against a bunch of other Final Fantasy universes. Where we had to fight against, creatures like, we had to fight against, like, the Exodeath from Final Fantasy 1, and, we also had to fight against, Kefka from Final Fantasy 6. Yeah, Omega's kind of like a multiverse-level reality warping AI. Eventually, it manages to transform into a man and a woman as a different form, in order to try to combat us to understand what made us as humans so strong. However, eventually, he chooses to abandon that idea, and instead, it goes for a different option. That being turning into the form only seen in the Savage Raids, Final Omega. So yeah, fight against that thing. And now we are coming to find out that Omega's entire species is similar to this, in the terms of them being very war-hungry. So, yeah, here we are.
Transmission. Strategic Matrix Sigma 1 now online. As the primary strategic matrix, you may address me as Sir. Checking for new communications. None found. All units, please maintain current state. End transmission. Closing connection.
Wait! We have questions for you. Of late, no mission orders have been issued. Why not? Has there been some manner of trouble?
Reply. The Extended Operations Unit is yet to determine guidelines for future assignments.
The Extended Operations Unit.
Strategies are calculated, devised, and actioned in accordance with said guidelines. In the interim, all citizens are directed to maintain a state of combat readiness. End reply. Awaiting query.
Can you tell us why the Extended Operations Unit hasn't yet determined the guidelines?
Unable to comply. Information unavailable or access restricted.
Well, that doesn't get us anywhere.
In that case, is it possible for us to communicate directly with the unit?
Access denied. Unable to establish connection.
Is there anything you can tell us? Have there been any abnormalities, like a threat to the star or widespread unrest?
Reply. Negative. All citizens continue to operate at maximum efficiency. If your operations are suboptimal, please proceed to a maintenance facility for evaluation. Otherwise, stand by at your designated post. End reply. End transmission. Closing connection.
Damn. Alright then.
I could activate it again, but I doubt it would be productive. What do you think?
If all the Omicrons really were running as efficiently as it claimed, then I doubt they were hoping for life here to end. As this Sir told us, there just haven't been any new instructions, and everyone is standing by.
Should be standing by at any rate. If there are those that are neglecting their duties, perhaps we can glean a clue from them. I propose we take another
Yeah,
look
the final
around
days
and
people
also try to
turn to
find the
those
operations unit.
monstrosities. The blasphemies, they call them. let's focus on our search of the outpost. Alize and I will try speaking with the Omicrons this time in hopes we might learn something new. Meanwhile, perhaps you and Raha could observe them from a distance. These beings are systematic and routine by nature. If there are any that aren't, it shouldn't be too difficult to spot them. If there are no questions, let us begin at once. Would robots get affected in the same way? As we came this way, I believe I spotted a promising vantage point. Follow me. That's an interesting question, but I do not believe that they would be affected in the same way as other races would. Because the final days relies upon corrupting a person's ether via their emotional energy. However, as far as we can tell, robots might not necessarily have the necessary emotional energy to actually feel fear, or this kind of like soul-crushing despair required to trigger the transformation. And even if they could, these robots clearly don't seem to run off ether or aren't made of the aren't made of it like Elizans and Zoroastrians, I guess as we're called now because we come from Atheris. Because it corrupted creation magics for the Asians because they had higher etheric density. Once the world was split, hit by Vana/Hydaelyn and sundered into the shards, we had less etheric density and can no longer use creation magic. So instead, the final days took to corrupting our very bodies themselves as opposed to the creation magic. Hence why so many Asians, apart from those that were sacrificed during the final days, were reborn into new bodies. Like how Hermes was reborn into Ammon, and we were reborn, or rather that Azim was reborn as us. So I feel like it would be very difficult for... machines to actually become affected by this. At least that's what I would guess, anyway. Stand, not to suggest unusual behavior. Not talking with Alphino. M017. Seems like they might be worth talking to. An Omicron wandering aimlessly. Where? Ah, I see it. So that seems to be the one wandering aimlessly. It's left the base. Let's follow it. It's not here, but it definitely came this way. Must use the portal. Time to go and see what we find. So it seems like there's an upper portal. Maybe the, I just realized that potentially the quest name could relate to like object not found or something. Because that's a common language used in computer terminology to suggest when there is an objective or something for it to act on not found. Like if a command is incorrect. Or it's trying to access something that doesn't exist. What is your query? Ah, you found it. What are you doing here? I am looking at the tree. Quite an unusual specimen. What's the advice attached to it? The tree is a sample collected from another star. As it cannot survive in our environment, it requires life support. That is the function of the device. Huh. To go to such lengths to sustain it, is there something special about this tree? Being foreign matter, protocol requires that we study it. As this task has been completed, the specimen may be discarded. However, when I behold the tree, I am made to feel as though there is a problem. In order to become strong, we have continued to enhance ourselves. Like we did countless others, we conquered the star whence this tree came. In the vast remnant of a dead world, there is nothing towards which it may aspire, yet it grows, extends its branches, sprouts leaves, produces seeds. Why does it seek to continue? Why was it made to behave in such a way, and to what end? I do not understand. I see. Out of curiosity, how does this pertain to your duty? No, it does not. My apologies. I shall return to my designated post and assume a state of combat readiness. Beep boop, I am a robot. So it was acting outside of orders. Perhaps it's simply a malfunctioning Omicron. These are by no means uncommon. But it may also be a unit possessed of the ability to make decisions, one not unlike Sir. I believe this bears further investigation. I would have to agree with you. To endeavor to live even if we must depend on forces beyond our control. Tell me, Ender, one day when this adventure becomes a part of your epic, do you think I'll be mentioned in it? Of course, why wouldn't you be? You truly think so? That would be, Nay, I shouldn't say such things until the moment comes to pass. Never mind the embarrassment. Well, we had best get on with our task. Tracking down Sir and understanding the nature of emotion which bars our way. Hello, world. We should return to the outpost for now. The others will wish to hear about the errant Omicron. The wording in the text seems to have no corruption. as if it seems to have found an answer. Graha says you found a suspicious Omicron. That's good, because the units were of no help. They had the same thing to say about the Extended Operations Unit, that there's no way to arrange a direct meeting. Still, that served to prove that it's business as usual at the outpost. But enough about us, tell us you learned something more useful. An Omicron trying to make sense of the meaning of life. None of the others were even a fraction as philosophical. The unit may well be in a position of leadership, perhaps maybe even one of those that comprise Sir. As we know, Omicrons invade other stars and enhance themselves using the spoil of conflicts. With the technology at their disposal, they should be able to alter their bodies, be it in part or in whole. Setting aside the question of motive, if Sir, for example, wished to have an ordinary Omicron's body, I see no reason why it wouldn't be possible. He's got a point. The problem is how to go about ascertaining if that's what happened. When I attempted to probe further, it promptly entered the conversation. If it is indeed Sir, I doubt it would willingly reveal his true identity. I have an idea. If we use lightning on the console again, but make it much stronger, at that moment, should the unit exhibit a reaction that could suggest it has a connection to Sir? An inspired idea. I dare say it's worth a try. I will stand guard in case your incantation draws nearby sentries to the scene. Because A being all clever. For my part, then, I will approach our suspect and divert its attention, during which time I want you to observe it closely for ambiguous behavior. I should mention that, shortly before we returned, an Omicron appeared from the same direction. Rather than entering the outpost, however, it went to the area just outside it. That could only be our errant Omicron. We must seek it out and begin our operation at once. I'm having a hard time speaking for longer periods in terms of accents tonight. Guess maybe I wore my voice out last night. This'll work, I'm sure of it. After all, our comrades are watching over us. Come, my friend, let us find this doubt-plagued Omicron. You're the one observing the tree, are you not? Feel glad I might find you again. I have a question for you, see, about the device which sustains the tree. Provided it does not necessitate the disclosure of restricted information, very well. Observe M017 closely for anomalous behavior after Alice casts her spell. Move the camera to zoom in and out, target the area, and confirm it with left click. Yeah, it's definitely an anomaly, alright. For me, I talk about so much that hurts, I talk for an immediate amount of time. An anomaly, you say? Performing diagnostic. Error confirmed. My connection to Central Command is suffering from intermittent failures. I must leave at once and present myself for maintenance at the nearest facility. You will excuse me. What you need, my friend, is in maintenance, is to confront the truth. When we spoke, our comrade struck the console used to communicate with Sir. That's the console you're normally. You're connected to Sir, aren't you? Oh, hey Riley, how's it going? Hope you're having a great night. Here to watch me suffer, I see. Affirmative. To what end you sought to assert this fact, I do not know, but before we speak further, we must move away from the other units. I do not wish for them to know my true identity. Very well. Our friends are at the console. Let us head there. Yeah. Another specter of conflict. Another specter of despair we must confront. We're gonna lose Graha this time, aren't we? God damn it, please no. We've already lost, like, 3 of our other party members. Getting ready to sleep in a minute, just finished my routines for the day. Figured to come and say hi at least before I'm unconscious. Oh, no worries, Riley. Hope you have a great night. Hey, yeah, get some rest. I'm glad to see you, doing a lot better as of late.
As you have surmised, I am part of the shared intelligence of Stigma 1.
But yeah, I'm really glad to see you doing better, Riley, and I hope you get some good rest, okay? Just remember that there are folks like me and Kimono and everybody else that always have your back. So, hope things get better for you, and I look forward to doing the extreme content with you someday in the future. But look at me getting all sentimental and shit. Anyways, back to crying about the story instead of friendships with other people.
It was my charge to determine the optimal path to achieving our prime function.
I mean, you could also make me sing the Mermaid Sisters song, Rao. You could do that too.
His body had been abandoned by its former owner and lay unused. I took it and abandoned my own, and with it, my duty.
May we ask why you did this?
Oh.
From what we gather, it seems to be a personal matter.
Sorry about that. But, yeah. This is the charity that I am raising money for. Or as part of my efforts to help Team Storytellers.
Our kind did not always look as we do now. Long ago, we possessed frail and feeble bodies.
I didn't really know what exactly to do for, like, specific donation incentives or anything, so tried to come up with the best I could in terms of just the obvious ones, like the maid streams, and then Lumetric suggested I sounded like Matt Pat, so I made $10 reward for that.
Beleaguered by stronger races, our ancestors took to augmenting their flesh in order to defend themselves.
Can you hear a bit of Matt Pat? So, the Omicron start off as people.
With limited parts eventually spread to the whole body, and at last, a means was discovered to convert the mind into data, rendering even the brain obsolete. Such complete mechanical beings were called the Omicrons, and by their might, we came to reign supreme over the star.
So they became full-on machine creatures.
But even then, we did not feel
Huh? Hey! Riley, thank you for donating to the New Story charity. I super appreciate it. Hey, thank you very much for the donation. I super appreciate it. Thank you very much.
rather than risk becoming the subjugated. We chose to become the subjugator. We began our conquest of the stars, that we might acquire the resources and knowledge we needed to reign supreme.
So they feared becoming obsolete, so they ultimately replaced their body and minds with machines, and then eventually took to subjugating other races.
We were successful in that endeavor. So powerful did we become, we could lay low even the mighty dragons. But then something unexpected happened. I began experiencing an error. I could no longer determine an optimal path.
You were malfunctioning.
I performed numerous full system scans, each time finding no issues. Yet the error persisted. It was then that I speculated. What could happen if we grew so powerful as to have no equal? To become stronger was essential to our existence. Our every action has been in service to this objective. But if nothing lies beyond this, can it be truly said that it was essential? Have we been engaging only in wanton destruction?
You could find no threat to justify your purpose.
The Omicrons will never leave this star. They will stand by until their reserves of energy is spent.
Hey! Ralph, thank you very much for the donation to the New Story charity. I super heckin' appreciate it. Hello indeed. That's why I had left in my cash app. Oh, don't worry about it, Ralph. Please, don't worry about the amount of your donations. Just the fact they're willing to donate anything is more than enough, trust me.
It is not our place to pass judgment on the deeds of the Omicrons. But surely, this does not have to spell the end of your people. With your power and knowledge, the possibilities are endless. Why not seek out a new purpose?
That is impossible. In the beginning, we had a higher purpose than our pursuit of power. But we lost sight of it when we so irrevocably altered our fundamental forms. When we cast aside our flesh, so too did we cast aside all that defined us. Nothing remains of who we once were. I have no aspirations. No longer can I dream. The vital spark is lost. Lost amidst circuitry and code and commands.
I believe I know how to overcome this despair. The words are ready in my mind, but ere I speak them...
No. I knew this was going to happen.
I want you to make me a promise. Be it across time or space, our promises have always connected us. And so I ask that you indulge me once more, that this won't be the end.
You say it, I'll do it.
Is that so? In that case, I won't hold back. First, I want to visit Ishgard with you. Properly. We scarcely had time to look around last time. I should like it very much if you could show me the sights. Next, you must regale me with your greatest adventures, in the places where you lived them, if possible. I may have read about all your deeds, but there is no substitute for a first-hand account. And last but not least, a new adventure together, unlike any we've experienced before. We'll travel the lands, cross the seas, and take to the skies upon the eternal wind, and it will be marvelous. It will.
Indeed.
If you would humor me a moment. When we awaken each morning, how can we prove that we're the same individual who retired the night before? Through the remembrance of past events, we might
The
say.
Shadowbringers
We have
music
our
is
memories.
playing.
Yet there are times when we forget or recall incorrectly. What of our bodies, then? It is the same one, we might say. Yet, technically speaking, as living beings, our bodies are constantly changing. It will never be as it was at an earlier point in time. Our souls are no more immutable. On our star, people are known to inherit the souls of others, yet they are decidedly different beings. For my part, I've subjected my totality to much and more. I've made my body into an extension of a tower, blended my soul and memories with those of another self. And each time I would ask myself, what is it that makes me, me?
Are you able to determine an answer?
No. But that doesn't mean I'm confused. It simply means I'm the same as everyone else. So I posit this. Who we were need not prescribe what we now hold in our hearts. Whatever came before, what matters most is the present. For me, that is being here with my friends, full proud of how much we've grown together. So I urge you to not give up. Heed your heart's desire and hope that the future you long for shall be realized.
I cannot. We cannot. We cannot understand desire, nor comprehend hope. We do not know how to create such things.
We are not unalike, you and I. I too have struggled to find the courage to express and embrace my wants. If you like, I will tell you a tale. A tale of a world on the brink.
Thank you,
Of
Ralph.
a people who never gave up on the future. Of a man who realized his grandest dreams and then awakened to a grander reality.
And there he goes. Gone like everyone else. It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Just once, stay with us to the end.
They leave all so easily as if it's nothing. How do they think we feel? Next time we meet, I'll give him such a flick, and that'll be just a start. Forge ahead. That crystalline path, Graha paved it for us. Difficult as it is, we must carry on, for our friends, and for all who await us in faith. So come, let us seek the path's beginning. It appears to be near the outpost. Look, Ender, portals appeared. Will surely deliver us true. It must. I don't really think the music's upbeat, bro. I think it's kinda, like, bittersweet. Well, here's where the path begins, and it ascends to dizzying heights. Let's make our way, sure, one step at a time. Our friends have gotten us this far. Their courage, their strength, their wisdom, their love. Oh, the quest completed music. Yeah, we don't really need that. We owe it to them to continue no matter how long it takes. I just feel like turning off the HUD here just feels right. Thanker would scout the road ahead. Stola and Urianger would exchange their feelings on a place. Raha would join the discussion, or else chat with me and Alizé about the mission. Stinia would be at the rear, yet apart yet present. All you could come and go, whatever you needed, and all together we would travel. All I can hear are my footfalls, my heartbeat. It's so much quieter now. But the fact that we breathe and continue on is proof that the others are still with us. They are. They are. Aren't they? The portal is barely visible from up here. Truly, we've come. Okay, sleep now. Sorry, I can't stick around. Just gotta leave saying, Medion, best girl. We all need bird girl playable race. So, the rest of the stream, enjoy the end. Thank you very much, Riley. I hope you have a great night. Much farther than we would have been possible had we kept chasing perfect ideals as we did in the past. It is because we have known failure and frustration that we have learned and grown from them, and Heidland has entrusted us with this mission, with the fate of the very star. It's all a dream, isn't it? A long, elaborate dream. Any moment now, I'll wake up in bed, still a student, grandfather alive. I'd go about my day, relieved as the fragments of that other life fade away. And that would be happiness, wouldn't it? That none of it. No, I won't give up these experiences. Good and bad, they're mine. They're me. Just because experiences can be difficult to understand doesn't mean that they're not you. Everything that happens to us ultimately helps make us what we are. The good, the bad, All of it. And at the end of the day, we shouldn't give it up. Because even if we erased all of the bad memories, the good memories would shine less bright. Life is built with sorrow and triumph, happiness and sadness, hand in hand. Well, this is it, the end of the path and the beginning of whatever awaits. There will be greater hardships. We may be made to feel powerless. Yet come what may, let us have no regrets, no less have pride in what we have achieved. And how it changed us for the better. That's worth fighting for and dying for as they did. There are some structures ahead, still a ways to go before we reach the dead sun. Given all this, I know how naive it must sound to hope it all works out somehow. Still, you'll forgive me if I wish for it all the same, you most of all. Not that you of all people need it, it's just after the help you've given me, for once I want to be the one to help you. I understand the feeling, Alize. The two towering metal structures holding up what appears to be the giant dead sun. On a pillar, or pedestal, almost as if to display it for all to see. The necropolis. The city of the dead. This is almost normal? It's not like many cities we know, but it's deathly quiet. Mayhap the inhabitants within the buildings are invisible to our senses. Wrong on both counts. There is simply no one here. Medion! This is how I found it when I arrived. Another star which pulsed with life, but no longer. How it ended, I do not know. Invasion, sickness, suicide. None can say. None live to speak for the dead. They are gone. Search all you like, but you'll only end up turning back. If there's no one here, then neither should there be any motion to bar our way. Yet Medion seems convinced we'll turn back. What riddle is this? Whatever Medion may have said, we should confirm with our own eyes. We need ever look around. Indeed, at the very least, it doesn't appear to be a sprawling place like those before. If we split up, it shouldn't take too long to cover the area. What do you have to say? You think you've caught me? This form was barely a drop in the ocean that swells within the dead sun. Even so, I could easily unmake you. You are still only alive because of your comrades, but they cannot protect you forever. Until they fade away, I'll satisfy myself with watching you try and fail to find a way out of this lifeless place. There doesn't seem to appear anyone here. Perhaps you could try calling out. Hello? If anyone has heard you, they do not respond. This place is reminiscent of a bar, but neither patron nor staffs are anywhere to be seen. Egg-shaped containers line the shelves, with a loose few sitting on the counter. Vessels for beverages in all likelihood. A venue bustling with activity until it was not. The The object resembles a tree and appears to have been fashioned from a stone-like material. Etched in place of an actual tree, or to serve some other purpose, perhaps. Regardless, there is no one left to explain to tell the story. Were it not for the thick layers of dust, one can imagine someone drinking from these cups but moments ago. What happened here? It feels like their species just up and ceased to exist. In the distance, you spy a glimpse of Alize picking her way through the ruins, but otherwise spy no sign of life. If anyone can hear me, say something! Your call echoes faintly before being swallowed by the silence. The hollow clangs of the metal floor as we step across it. This place is eerie. Unlike all the other areas we've been to before, there was at least some singular sense of desperation or dread from all the inhabitants, which was somewhat comforting in a way that we could change them. But here, there's no one left to change. This seems to be a world that was carried out by Medion's future, or at least what would feel like it. They look like apartment lockboxes. Are these living quarters of some kind? That could be my only guess. Another tree, or some kind of art installation seeming to be made of stone. Nothing remains of it but the concrete used to construct it. Whatever was there is no longer around. The door to the building? Though slightly set off the ground, it appears to be a door, while the layers to the left could be letterboxes. The door is rusted shut, and the film of dust all over suggests no one has come through in a long, long time. And take a look at this. If the road was a little longer, we could take it to just beneath the dead sun. But I suppose this is where the reconstruction ends. How about you? Did you find anything of interest? I see. I noticed the same things. Cups left upon tables, chairs out of place. I don't know what happened here, but I don't want to be alone anymore. We've searched for long enough now. Let's find Alpha and compare what we've learned. Eerie. From the distance, it almost looked like the tops of the buildings were balancing the dead sun atop them. Strange.
Did you find anything?
Nothing.
No. This place is completely deserted. And I can't see how we're supposed to move on from here.
Neither can I. There are no denizens to bar our path, yet there is no way forward.
For another mystery, we did find signs of very recent life. You'd swear everyone just vanished into thin air. I wonder How many ruined worlds like this has Meteion seen?
Could it be? Yes. Yes, I believe I may have puzzled this out.
Oh?
Despite how it appears, it's no different this time. There is someone here who has wished for this ruin. And I believe that together, Alize and I can overcome their will.
But who wished for this world's ruin? I promised your parents I'd keep you safe.
I know. I know. But if there is a chance this will work, then I would take it. For everyone. And for myself.
Elfino.
I will not pretend otherwise. I have my fears. Not for myself, but for you. The last to remain. You are no stranger to carrying the burden of others. But I can only imagine how heavy the weight would be this time. As your friend, I cannot bear the thought of making you suffer so.
Then why suggest such a thing? It's too much to ask of anyone, even him. Why must he be the one? Why must he fight alone? More than a hero, he's a dear friend. Not only to us, but to so many others. There are so many people in the world who care for you, and yet... And yet...
Alize, I have an idea. Given the nature of this realm, it may be possible to do more than unbar our friend's path. We might also pave him a new one. For instance, a path where he finds happiness at Journey's End. This much, I think we can believe with the utmost conviction, no matter how deep our despair. So please, believe in us too, and press on. Thank you.
I will. I will believe in you too.
If the plan's decided, then let's not dally.
Always the busybody, that one.
Ah, there you are. It was as I said, was it not?
It was. We couldn't find anyone. But this place isn't entirely deserted, is it? You are here. You sought out a star of promise and found a ruined husk. Like us, you explored the devastation. Like us, you were stricken. Horrified by the thought that so many lives could be snuffed out as if they were worth nothing. And the thought that you would have to bear the terrible tidings to Hermes. That which you saw and felt, you shared with your sisters. as did they share their own grim findings with you. Overcome by the pervasive despair of these stars, some of you inadvertently ushered their peoples to their ends. Knowing the horrors you know, anyone would feel the same. They would fear what lies ahead and struggle to move forward.
Fear? I had forgotten that such a thing existed. So focused have I been on shepherding despair.
If you can remember,
Medion's the one here.
then you can still face and overcome your own fear.
Why would I bother with such an insignificant emotion? If the despair I command is as a raging river, then fear is but a trickling stream. It can do nothing to alter my flow. You spoke with the Aya, yes? Heard their tale of what awaits the universe. It's true. The stars grow colder and more distant. Eventually, all will enjoy frozen solitude. Using the power of Dynamis, I'm hastening that process. In so doing, nothing will be born ever again. Everyone will remain dead. Alas, it will take time for that to happen. So in mercy, I sent you my gift, to spare you needless suffering. Don't worry. Even if no living witnesses remain to mark the event, I'll make certain that Atheris has a proper end.
Well, no, you're not allowed. Do not let the cute bird girl persuade you.
For all the power you wield, you're more fearful than the familiar you used to be. That Meteion feared simply to move forward. But your fear is such that you've given up on everything. I know it well. That sense of defeat. I've tasted my fair share of it. But as many times as we've fallen down, we've learned how to pick ourselves up and carry on. We take each other's hand, share in each other's courage, follow in each other's footsteps, and turn sorrow into strength.
There are times when we fail. We bear wounds that do not heal. But these experiences are part of life, and they make us stronger. We rise, fall, and rise again.
Don't worry about us. You must take the next step, and all the rest after that.
Indeed, we are now alone, at the edge of the universe. But we're not really alone, are we? Dynamis, raw emotion is what makes up this world. Our friends are all around us. In the very soil of this planet. This world, protecting us, guiding us.
let them all be safe.
Kyle can still see visions.
Kyle? Are you all right?
It's nothing. Just a headache. They'll be fine. I know they will.
Apologies for the interruption. A man arrived on the last ferry, an associate of the Scions. He wishes to speak with you at once.
Who would be left to arrive? In a city devoid of life, you sense the presence of another. The sorrow of 1,000 worlds weighs heavy, and yet you can still walk.
If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you.
Do not despair. You are not without allies.
Never planned on it.
What we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on.
This despair will cease one
Upon
way or
the
another.
souls of they who have sacrificed themselves to pave the way for peace, we will never abandon our cause.
While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others.
Such victories are rarely won without sacrifice, but the prize is worth the price.
And we, for our part, are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Save your tears for the morrow. You may be sure we will have ample cause to shed them, be they for joy or despair.
From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn.
A future shaped by the choices we made in ways we could never foresee.
Yet miracles do happen, so let us pray and will our friends home. I won't stop praying until I know they're safe.
Everyone's hopes and prayers.
Strong art thou.
This strength is not entirely my own.
Note the light within, that you
may continue to serve as a beacon to others.
We push forward, never looking back.
Let's finish this.
Once and for all. So that no world will have to feel this despair. Ever again. Slipping and falling into the void after you got all the way up here. That'll be a very anticlimactic ending. Medion.
Here the path ends. There is no way to reach our nest.
So you claim.
I told you. Resignation and acceptance reign in this place.
Then how have I gotten so far otherwise?
By those who came to curse it. Those whose dreams were unfulfilled. Whose prayers were unheard. Whose labors were unrewarded. Hope cannot deliver you unto hopelessness. Our refuge is beyond you. Always has it been. Such is the nature of this place.
Then how have I been able to reach this far without it?
You should have remained on Atheris.
And consigned myself to a slow and painful death?
Struggle will avail you not, nor will it grant your comrades peace. Come, let me relieve you of your burden. You have suffered enough.
Well, unfortunately for you, I just so happen to be a masochist of cosmic scale.
Asm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't.
How do we make peace with That's why it's too soon for this to end.
In your time of need.
You must triumph.
Be safe, all of you, and come back.
I am ever grateful. After all these years, is this the answer I was hoping for?
So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
In time of need.
Perhaps when our time
not
comes
to the
return to
invocation.
the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
Do not squander it. The legacy I
leave you. I won't forsake our cause. Yo! I bid them remember, but all this time I'm the one who had forgotten. A right fool you've made of me, Hermes. Insult to injury, I've been denied a sound rest, forced to watch this calamitous show. Come on now, a gripping tale, unbreakable bonds and noble sacrifice sprinkled with mountains of levity to counterbalance the pathos. It's got it all!
I, for one, would have been
Perfectly content to watch the enraptured from the stalls. Hey, let's go!
But I won't
say no bit part. I won't say no to a bit part.
What are you?
They're Ascians, Medion. faced souls of the dead. Isn't it painfully obvious?
Worry not.
We haven't the power to defeat you, nor is it our duty to do so. Not anymore.
That
Being said, we do have a score to settle.
So here
I am, Vinar. I suppose you needed me to tie it all together, these frayed threads of our history. I suspect there's a joke in it too. Oh yes, I can imagine you gloating over my forgetfulness. Said by the other soul of the dead guy, you're here too. Charitable, I might assume you have left room for the possibility of this outcome.
Even so,
Oh, you'll get no applause from me. A single gesture will not lighten the burden I've had to bear.
Still,
you must be commended.
Must be commended. Our methods
It would not have brought mankind this far.
And so,
Oh, as a show of respect to the last of us, I make this declaration.
you will
Not end our journey.
That
Is our answer. The answer of the lives of Asteris, past and present.
As you've called us
Up to the stage, we shall we perform, and creation magics never fail to please. Oh no, little comrades, we will make for you a new path.
What
Form said path takes depends on you. So focus and envision that which rejects the claim that you cannot attain your goal. Oh hey Sable, how's it going? Heavy spoiler territory by the by. In your time of need. Just saying hi again, no spoilers for me. Understandable.
Ours is the power to create.
Oh!
Meteor, though I gave you these wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run, and so much more. A flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
These Elpis blooms serve as proof that this realm is not utterly devoid of hope. No more can you deny its power. No more
is yours your dominion of despair.
In case the
Practical implications were lost on you, your comrades need no longer fight their fight.
So go on. Call them back to your side.
In case the implications of that were not clear, this is no longer the realm of despair. Your comrades need not stay in the void. Call them back for God's sake.
May you ever walk in the light.
Good to see you back, Thancred. You haven't been here for the entire area.
How disappointing. Not even a single scar in the making to brag about.
Like you'd really want one.
You'll find a way regardless.
Aye, he'll probably trip on some rubble on the way out.
Honestly, this is far more than any of us could have hoped for. Let us be thankful.
Indeed. That we thus stand reunited is a gift. Let us not squander it, and see that we all return to Etheirys.
Indeed.
Aye. As soon as we've averted the final days.
Good to see you again. Our heroic sacrifice paid off, I take it.
More than you know.
Come, my friends. Let us carry on and finish it.
Together. Come with us, Medion. What the? Ugh.
Can you hear me?
Medion.
The voice is within, crying in pain, wailing in sorrow, hurting. Hurting. End it. Silence it. Silence our song of oblivion.
The way is open. They can proceed.
So it seems.
And now you two can get your centuries deserved rest.
You're leaving?
Of course. The
Encore is finished, and I will not suffer myself to live again by Hydaelyn's magic.
But more than that,
the future you seek, not the past we loved. That is why we fought, and why I lost.
But
those defeated me. My ideals are inviolate, invincible.
Spare
me your pity. I have no use for it. If you would do something for me, save our star. That's the important thing.
See this
tale to a triumphant conclusion. With elation in your hearts, be the final curtain call.
Only then
may it rise again, and a new tale begin, with new parts for all to play.
Tell me.
Me.
Have you been to the ruins beneath
the waters of the Bounty?
or the treasure
islands beyond the frozen waters of blind frost in Othod's north.
The fabled
Golden cities of the New World. The sacred sites of the forgotten people of the South Sea Isles.
What about
Mercia, the southern continent? Do you know aught of its present state of affairs?
I thought
not. Even of your little Eorzea, you know precious little. The true identities of the 12, for instance.
All of which is to
say, expand your horizons, go forth and seek discovery. Some of the civilizations in the reflections will surprise you.
As the
bearer of Azim's crystal, you may consider it your duty to see at least that much.
I certainly did.
Was Emmett a bearer of the seed of Azim?
Meet again. If not in this life, then perhaps another. Whensoever it should be, I trust it will be a most joyous reunion.
For you, maybe. I want nothing to do with it.
These two bickering until the very end. Fare you well, Emmett Silk. You squander not the legacy you leave us. It's beautiful. I don't think I ever knew what to say to the man. In retrospect, I always felt like the wrong thing. But the past notwithstanding, he came to your aid in the moment of need. And here we are, and we will not squander this chance he has given us. We will see this tale to a triumphant conclusion, and bid the final curtain fall. The final quest. Endwalker. Are you ready, Ender? I'm ready. Then let us set forth for the reckoning. Having come this far, I know everyone's resolve is beyond doubt, so I will say only this. Within the dead sun swirls the emotions of the Medion it hoarded, the emotions of innumerable souls who strove for happiness but failed. As it was the denizens of Ulnathul barred our way, it is not for us to rebuke and admonish. 'Twas not by passing judgment on the tragic legacies of others that we arrived at this moment. Rather, it was by opening our hearts to their despair, by understanding and acknowledging their fates, while still refusing to share in them ourselves, to hold fast to hope, but not in ignorance, but by choice. Should you struggle to do so, I am here to help, as you all have helped me. Everyone's going home today. Understood? Aye! Good shit. The dead ends. I just saw somebody saying, shout chat, I do not want to vor the Lalafels. Ah, God. Dead ends. Here, at the edge of the universe, await as many stories as there are stars in its sea. Of rises and falls, of beginning and ends, of a little bird who left home with hope, yet nested in sorrow. Hearken unto these tales to be told. You know what? No. We need to see this through the end with a trust party. And I say, we see it through with the journey that the trio that started this journey. We see it through with Thancred, Urianger, and Y'shtola. The dead ends. Let's do this.
So you are finally here, in this place between death and rebirth, where life knows no dawn. Come then. Follow me down into the darkest depths of despair.
The sea of stars. The dead ends.
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful blue star that fell to pestilence and rotted inside and out. The more its people clung to life, the more they suffered.
The warped flesh. Toxic miasma is warping the flesh. Wow, you're literally talking about a world that died of pestilence. I honestly doubt you would want to legitimately live here. My mental state says otherwise, XD. Well, your mental state is ultimately temporary, so, you know, don't exactly let that dictate your living place for the rest of your life. Also, oh, Thancred is not standing in the poison ooze. I thought that he was. Alright then. Bonk. What do you mean 90%? What about the other 10%?
Until they curse not the illness, but their fellow corrupted.
What do you mean, is that fair enough?
Make ready.
How am I supposed to answer that? God, these vistas are so, like, yes, it's horrifying and disturbing, but at the same time, there's some sort of twisted beauty in it, in a way. Just the design of the areas in general is what I really admire. Such devastation, it defies belief. God damn it, Y'shtola. You say that, and all I can think of is just fucking 1.0. Such devastation! This was not my intention! God damn it, Gaius. Even in non-story relevance, you still curse me. This is it, the affliction warms their very bones.
Those who lived in the festival. Those who died.
You're mine!
Oh, wait, up here. Because it's gonna get blown down because of the wind. Aha! I'm clever! Oh boy, cough up. That doesn't sound too good. What? Alright, these are the stack ones. Yeah, that's right. You stack all those up together to make sure that you don't get afflicted by the debuff. I think that knocks you up into the air, if I remember correctly. Because I remember that they did that mechanic all the way back in Stormblood. Which honestly makes it shocking that I even remembered it. Up. Up here. There we go. Nice. Solid. Ah, yes, Pox Flail. What a wonderful name for an attack. Get him, giant rock chicken nugget. That is Titan.
My turn.
Garuda, blow away the pestilence.
Be gone. You're mine.
Burn. Right. Then gather up together. Perfect. And get him for Wave of Nausea. Ruby right. Bonk. Any star should suffer such a fate. Indeed.
And
The last necklace of aiming.
They had never been born at all.
Visions of another world unfold before your eyes. Judgment Day.
In a faraway place, a brilliant star eradicated disease. Before destroying the self-same lives it had saved.
Conflict for freedom. Has she thrown us into the middle of a war? Seems she has, Thancred. Come on, you should have fought on the front lines of Bosja. You should be used to this by now. That's a bomb. That's another bomb. And bam.
Together we shall overcome this.
Seems like a fight between the status quo and freedom fighters in the looks of things. Or they likely tore apart their star. 90% living in the Sea of Stars and 10% living in the Ethereal Sea. What's the... How would that even work? Would that be like a split custody thing or something?
Together we shall overcome this.
Burn. Burn. Burn.
Its people sought ever greater freedoms no matter the cost.
They look like repurposed Alexanders almost. Or at least they look almost like Alexander. Reconstruction company to build houses in the Sea of Stars and the Ethereal Sea. We had an entire discussion last time, Rao, about why that's a bad idea. Did we not? So then why are you continuing with your reconstruction plan if you know it's a bad idea?
They tried to buy peace with fire and steel.
In the end, they only ended up destroying their world. And the peace they fought for ultimately became meaningless. People were able to build platforms on the little crossroad of the living and unliving world that could be possible. Well, I mean, yeah, but that's just us journeying through it. Not what happens if you stay down there. Plus, we have like far stronger wills than the average person. I'm pretty sure anybody else would just goddamn dissolve down there. To bring an end to the world? Resuming peace protocol. All life forms must be eliminated to achieve peace in perpetuity. Ah, yes, the ultimate fault of AI. You see, this is why you program Asimov's law of robotics.
I will not hold back.
Perpetual war machines. Not that bad. Wow, no. You're included in life. We're not ending you. But this boss is basically just bullet hell. This is goddamn Toho bullet hell level boss fight. You really call this difficult? This ain't shit compared to what I had to deal with at Bossja. I talk about Bossja like it's a goddamn wartime PTSD, which, I mean, to be fair, it kind of is, considering I was literally fighting on the front lines against a military, against, like, the entirety of the Garlean Empire, basically. But yeah, the Bossja bosses have really complex patterns to make up for the fact that you have, like, 50 players fighting them at once. Which, I mean, to be fair, is wholly unnecessary, considering that players' particle effects and name tags are going to make it difficult to see as it is. Alright then. Bang. Boom. Ballop. Bap. Pew. Pew. Thancred got fucking lasered. Rip my man Thancred. God, I love this. I freaking love level 90 summoners so much. Like, this is so fun to play. I thought that nearly scraped me for a second there. I was gonna be like, oh, come on. That brings back memories I'd much rather forget.
And when one asked, what is the point? There were none left to answer.
Congratulations. You did it. What'd you win? Nothing.
Farther still existed a star without strife. Where none remembered life's trials or its joys.
Ah, hello there. I'm sorry, we are not planning to succumb to oblivion today. You come back, never. Yeah, we're reliving the stories of the different stars that Medion had visited. Medion visited these different worlds and learned their stories, and now we are reliving them in an attempt to get us to feel despair. Though ultimately, it ain't gonna work. Curious traveler, is it our star? A bird which proffer these questions. What meaning does life hold? For what do you strive? I could find no satisfactory answer, only bittersweet memories of an age-long past. There was a time when we were lesser, and in our nescience sought purpose, struggled to justify life's worth. That was of course before we achieved perfection. Now condemned to our paradise, we understand the fatuity of existence. Like fledglings we once were, the poor bird cannot accept the truth. It asked us again and again, hoping perhaps our answer might change. There you have it. I'm so used to the 1-2 combo you had to do, because originally with the Phoenix transformation during Shadowbringers, it was Brand of Fire, then Mound of Purgatory.
They lost apathy.
The apathy could usurp their will to live is horrifying, to say the least. Xenoflora. Like Xenoblade Chronicles, but a plant. Either that or very xenophobic flora. Wind! Wind! Any game suggestions? Why do you ask? I don't have any in particular at the moment that I haven't actively played myself. Or, well, that I have actively played myself. I've wanted to play Fuga Melodies of Steel for a while, but I haven't had the money to get it all. I like how the weather is inevitability. Brilliant. Thanks, game. I wanted to know the weather, not existentially contemplate my existence. Goddamn. Bonk. So I was saving up money to buy merch, but I missed the pre-order limit time thing. Ouch. Yeah. Unfortunately, a lot of companies force YouTubers to do like the limited drop merch thing.
Make ready.
I will not hold back.
Xenofauna. The end of the map. The dead ends. The Last Mercy. Rala. No, this is a different race, it would seem. Let us give the lie to their promise of ruin. I couldn't agree more, Rianger.
So they created the kindest, most gentle of beasts.
So they created Rala to end their existence. I see. How depressing. Do not pity me! I don't want your damn pity.
Its steps were light, and its gift was as painless as it was beautiful.
Prance. Something tells me we want to stay out of the butterfly balls. Yep. The butterfly balls hurt. Owie.
Bathed in its golden glow, they all slept happily ever after.
Ah! Wonderful. So it does the goddamn butterfly laser thing, does the directional laser thing too after the fact. Urianger, why'd you run away from us? It seems like this race created this creature to deliver them from their suffering. Or at least what they perceive to be suffering in the form of life. Oh, I didn't realize its wing was glowing. That was on me. Made it out, nice. The still embrace. Probably not a good idea to Y'shtola. Ah, man, I love these bosses. Because their attacks are intricate, yet they don't start off that way. They teach you the mechanics first, like any good boss should. Like, it taught us the wing mechanic in an isolated situation, and then combined it with the directional butterfly lasers. Bonk. Bonk. Star Storm! Woo! Yeah, baby! So we made it here, to the last of the dead ends.
That you still stand. Your determination defies all reason. The souls within me writhe and recoil in your presence. What must I do? What pain must I visit upon you to make you surrender to despair?
We'll never surrender to it.
No one is unbreakable. What pains one may weather may bring another to tears. But therein lies our strength. For when we fall, our brothers and sisters are there to raise us up again and again without end.
I see. But no matter how much hope exists, ever will there be more despair. Ever will the living cast the present and the past the future.
Ah, the bird NATO. Ah yes, the satanic bird NATO. What is this thing forming? Ow! Yuck! Hello there, bird god. My thoughts exactly, Alphino!
On your guard.
The rage. It rises.
The end singer. Is she throwing goddamn planets at us? She's throwing goddamn fucking planets at us. Stidion's having none of that bullshit. Stidion just don't fucking headlong into a meteorite.
Calm yourself.
Medion!
Please.
We die in pain. We die in suffering. Who are you to live? Who are you to hope?
Hold on, my friends.
Oriose!
Oriose, watch out!
Alphino!
We cannot comprehend. We cannot know. We cannot know!
Don't, please. Don't do this to them. To yourself.
Medion.
Just one good strike.
Stop! Please stop!
We will not suffer alone. All will know our pain.
Ah!
No, you don't!
Thank you, Graha! Ah, fuck. Goodbye, Graha!
All are washed in ice, a frozen waste, forever silent.
Okay, that attack animation just reminds me of, like, the Shadow Dragon Death Ball from, like, goddamn Dragon Ball GT. Just, this is the power of the 7 Shadow Dragons! Go to hell! Farewell, everyone. Thankfully, we had the emergency teleport button, so it missed them. Although, unfortunately, we're fucked. Hello there, you.
Gifted them escape. And rendered yourself powerless. Bereft of the synergy you claim is your strength. Unless you need to call upon the dead once more. Defiant to the last, but you will be one with us ere long. You will be battered and torn and made to crawl. You will weep and wail and curse your impotence. Curse your life as it fades. As we did, as we died. Such pain and sorrow we felt. Such anguish and rage. We tried. We tried. But it was no use. Only when we surrendered did we find release. Only when we embraced death. So join us in despair and embrace yours. My ultimatum. What is happening?
Ow! Is that goddamn Xenos?
At the end of everything, I find you, my friend.
Ah, hello, Xenos!
You once, as you did in me. When at last I understood what it was, I journeyed to Sharlayan to seek you out. Struck a bargain with the woman who shares your gift.
Indeed, it is Xenos.
In exchange for lending the Scions my aid, I was given the means to come hither. Gorging upon what remained of the Mother Crystal, I reclaimed the form of the dragon. And, hungry still for our reunion, I rode the light of the stars to you. I take it this is your prey.
If you could call it that.
But why does it still live? Surely it is no match for you. I assumed you would be above something so banal as despair. Am I mistaken?
Far from it. If it comes to it, I won't save you. You know that, right?
I care not. What I desire of you isn't succor, it is satisfaction. So come, let us dispense with this distraction, you and I.
Okay, holy fuck, this is cool!
You struggle in vain. You will not silence our song of oblivion.
Are we really getting a boss fight on top of a goddamn dragon? Holy fuck! Okay, this is fucking sick! This is fucking sick! We are riding on the back of goddamn motherfucking Shinryu! Omae mawo! Omae mawo! Shinryu! Hinani! Medion and her sisters took to the stars in search of hope. They found naught but despair. Wishing to free mankind from its vain struggle, they began to sing their chorus borne upon the invisible winds of Dynamis to usher in the final days. Against all odds, you have arrived at their nest at the edge of the universe. In this place where emotions dictate reality, where the hopes of your comrades have opened the way forward, and it falls to you to take the last step. Transforming conviction into strength, you sally forth from Dragonback to confront the end singer and silence her song of oblivion. While we're waiting for the dungeon queue, I might as well take a few dramatic photos. God, this is everything I wanted out of a finale. We are fucking riding Dragon Xenos. There's an idea. I forgot what I was gonna say. Nah, it's fine. It makes sense you would be awe-stricken by a moment such as this. God, all the leitmotifs and everything is so cool. There he is down there. So it really was Xeno. So Xenos really was the one that showed up at the end there on that last ship to the Charlian. Let's see, are we gonna get a here we go. The final day. Yeah, Xenos was the main antagonist of Stormblood, and then after that he's popped up in basically every other expansion from that point on. Xenos was most known because at the end of Stormblood he took control of Shinryu like he is now. Sea of Stars, the final day. The End Singer.
You will never reach it. Will never reach the deliverance you seek.
Of course, we got a Reaper in the party.
Ends this day. There is nowhere you can flee that we cannot follow.
Even stars must die.
Alright, let's see. Elagadia. Ow! Oh, that's a planet. Oh! Ow! She really is pelting us with goddamn planets. Yep. Whoop. Okay, this is sick. Ow. Oh, that's probably out of the middle.
Your suffering is at an end.
Tears, that's the outsides, I'm guessing? Yep. Yeah, these are actually other players this time.
This
Though all of our individual cutscenes portray us as the center of that initial circle. All of our cutscenes portray us as the initial summoner. Whoop, those explode.
All of us have known this.
Ah, God. Get up. Well, fuck me then. Ow.
We have seen the end.
Well, I mean, everybody here is new to this fight, so I was expected to have a wipe or two. But seriously, this is so fucking sick.
Our hunt ends this day. There is nowhere you can flee that we cannot.
I don't care how many attempts this takes to clear this fight. I love it. This is so cool. Alright. Planets colliding. Over to this side. Yep. Yeah. Alright, Ruby red again. Yep, nice. Got it. Got it, good. Alright, that's center.
Your suffering is at an end.
And then tears on the outsides. Nice. Alrighty, now for the Death's Embrace spread. And then forward or back to avoid the feathers.
All of us have known despair.
Nice! Only one of us died that time! Okay, these ones are mini mouths, so that's between these. Yep. Alright, Hubris, those are the tank busters.
We have seen the end.
Let's see, Elegatia Unforgiven. This is new. Oh no, this is just the meteors again. This is just the planetoids again. Fine. Alright, which one's moving slower? That one is, so get over here. Nice. Wait, what the fuck? Stay over here then?
Again and again.
Yeah, stay over here? Oh, wait, she's readjusting the goddamn attack pattern. I ran back into that like an idiot because I used the goddamn homing attack. Fuck. Okay, that's fucking sick. This fight is fucking awesome. This is the ultimate set piece fight. She's throwing goddamn fucking planets at us. Fuck. The impact event has been recorded. Okay, so she's gonna save that for later, I'd imagine. You, no sleeping on the job, get up. gonna want to get knocked back over here, I think? Wrong one. Alright, still got it. Hard casting res!
A sorrow so deep only emptiness remains.
Yeah. Ah yes, thank you, Black Death Tears. Wait, what the fuck? Ah, those are the expanding black puddles. Oh, there is very little room to stand.
Tis so lonely between the stars.
Oh, she's over there now. Interstellar, like that one move. Hey, I fell off the edge. Can you blame me, Rao? This is such a cool-ass fight.
We have seen the end.
Well. Oh, she's stacking multiple collision events now.
The same end. Again and again.
And she recues the same goddamn explosions! So you actually have to watch which planet collided into which. Okay, this is such a cool fight. Can we have white, please?
This is a kindness. All of us have known despair.
Man, this fight is tough. But I love it.
Our hunt ends this day. There is nowhere you can flee that we cannot follow.
Even stars must die.
Alright, let's see. Which one is slower moving? Okay, this one. So then get to the approximate opposite side of the green one, which is over here. Nice. Hey, nice! Nobody got hit that time! We're learning! They're learning! Right. Some of them are. Alright, that's out to the sides.
Your suffering is at an end.
Alright, then I'm crying. Alright, then get up or back.
All of us have known despair.
Both the healers died to that again. It's every time now. Get up.
We have seen the end.
Moon.
The same end. Again and again.
Yep. Nice. Okay, one of the healers survived, so at least they can res the other one. Somebody in chat was just Junko and Oshima can never fathom this. This must be what true despair is. You really gonna let despair win, bruh? Owie. Okay, so she's gonna record, oh no, okay. Yep, nice. We are surviving.
A sorrow so deep only emptiness remains.
This one again. Very, very far corners.
Feels so lonely between the stars.
Alright, it's this again. Shinryu beams. There we go. Nice. Right. Burn open, yep. And then she's going to shoot down the middle. Guys, mid!
We have seen the end.
Such a difficult fight. Yep. Alright, so she's recording that burst, and then she's gonna spawn another one. Right, slow plant over here, so then get over to this side, maybe? About here-ish, yeah.
same end. Again and again.
Yep. Nice. Hardcast res!
This is a kindness.
God.
All of us have known.
I placed my faith in you, Anxious. Please, for the love of God, get up in LB3. Not right for the attack. Okay, it's fine. We're fine. Anxious took a hit, but we're fine.
Even stars must die.
This fight, we are running around like chickens with our goddamn heads cut off. Jesus. Yep, that's over here. Oh, didn't get out of the way in time. Damn it.
Tis so lonely between the stars.
No, what are you doing? Oh, they all lived. Oh, thank goodness. Seems safe.
This is a kindness.
Mid. Get the fuck back up!
All of us have known despair.
Get up! We are not losing this goddamn fight. I'm dragging your asses across the finish line myself if I have to.
No happiness in life.
Okay, this is a new mechanic. Planetes. Oh.
There is only one place it may be found.
Yep. I'm dragging your asses across the finish line myself. We are finishing this fight one way or another. Get the goddamn Kako demon out of here.
Oblivion.
Do we need tank LB for this? Thank goodness we realized that at the last second. Holy shit. At the last second, I was just, tank LB!
No matter. You only delay the event.
So yeah, limit breaks are caused by Dynamis. The Endsinger prepares to seal the universe once more.
Your time has come. It always does.
Ow. This button mash? I don't think so. We're not dead yet! Everyone, lend us your energy!
What is this defiance?
Everyone, lend us your energy!
The pain, the loss. We cannot suffer it again.
We will stand against fate.
No matter the cost.
We've been here before. Many a time.
Thus do we know.
To never give up.
The hope will shine again.
What we saw. What I saw.
Oh, higher!
It can only end in misery and desolation.
Hope rise up through the sky. Higher! Oh, higher! Carry us on.
No life. No star.
That is
But
all
the universe itself. None should hope for better.
I love this! God, this is so cool! Earth and Fury!
If this was not the answer, then what is it? Where? Where lies happiness?
Swear to God, if I get at least one player combination for that. I didn't. Yeah, well. What can you do? I'm just going to personally say that I think I carried that party at the end. Wee. Ah. Hello, you. You've probably been doing a lot of weightlifting because you carried it. Ayy.
No matter where we flew, there was only darkness and loneliness and pain. We couldn't find the answers Hermes yearned for. The answers he deserved. Greetings, you who are my final encounter. I wish to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
I would like that very much.
Yes, I can see them. The memories of a long, long journey. So many people. The thoughts of them overflowing in your heart. What they live for. What gives their lives meaning. There was never a single answer.
There is never truly one single answer.
Precious and fragile, only to lose them. Then start again. On and on it goes, until death takes you into its gentle embrace. That which Hermes sent us to find was there all this time, on Atheris.
It wasn't always there. We created it together.
Like a field of flowers, perhaps. At first a single blossom. It spreads and takes on more colors. Thank you for guiding me here. To find these words at journey's end fills me with joy. And so, before I fall forever silent, there is one thing I must do. No expression of regret will undo what my sisters and I have done, or restore what we have stolen. But if you would allow it, I would sing one last song. A song of the newfound joy that swells in my heart. Of the beauty of light when it shines across a dark and starless sea. the soil of worlds now lost to sorrow. Life will spring forth once more, nourished by gentle rains and caressed by uplifting winds. A song of hope. One day, life will fill the universe again, and Hermes will see this and smile. How, I do not know, but I do know that where there is a will, there is a way. After all, miracles happen every day, do they not? I will create a path back to your ship, where your dear friends await. Hold in your heart your desire to return to them, then follow my lead and walk forth.
I just realized, are we leaving Xenos deadass stranded here? We just deadass leaving Xenos stranded here. Xenos is just gonna pop up from behind us and just slowly whisper, "I'm still waiting for that rematch. Bitch."
You mean to return to the world where you are hailed as a hero.
Hey, what now, Xenos?
Hear me then. Not as a hero, but as simply you. As I learned in Alamigo, you are a formidable foe. Stronger than any I have faced. Against you, I need bring my all to bear. I need burn through the candle of my life. This is the sole pleasure I know. And it is the sole pleasure I have to share. And so I come before you to issue challenge and offer singular bliss. If you wish to walk away, I will not stop you.
One moment.
You value life. You do not burn yours save for reasons you deem worthy. Reasons such as those which brought you here.
There we go.
Salvation of a world. But there is more to you than that. You know this to be true. As surely as you know the thrill of pushing your body and soul to their limits. Of confronting ever mightier foes, dancing at such pleasures you seek for their own sake.
Think what you will, but I'm not letting you leave this place.
So you would still play the hero? No matter. In acceptance, you betray your deception. You know full well what we are and what we seek. To shine incandescent in death's shadow.
Our confrontation. Hector just has that hesitant look in his eyes of just, yeah.
Hold nothing back! Push yourself to your limit and me to mine! Ha! Still fighting you, I see!
Do not stand in the water puddles for the lightning attack.
Show me your vaunted fortitude!
Okay, this is actually really cool. I'm not going to deny that.
Soon you will know the full extent of my power.
Ah, his void scent.
Mine for the taking.
Ow. Nice try. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times. Okay, you're officially that guy. Nobody wants to be that guy, you know? Nice try, Xenos. I'm not falling for it that easily. Okay, that one I got hit by. I like how they give you all the stacks of like the HP regeneration things. Like, yeah, we know Xenos is gonna pull bullshit. Like I said, they'll get me once, but never twice. Exaflares! Fucking hell, he really is pulling out all the stops, huh? Whoop. Nice try. Higher, oh higher. You might be able to use primal abilities, but I can use them too, Xenos! Oh, you bitch. Alright, fair enough.
Test of your reflexes.
Thanks for doing the longer wind-up time one, buddy. Dingus. Falling down!
A test of your reflexes.
Nice try. My reflexes are just as sharp as ever, I'll have you know.
Mine for the taking.
You know, had you not been a villain, I think we could have made brilliant rivals. But alas. With this.
Ah, my soul. How it burns.
Oh? Seems he is not done yet. Oh, that's right, I forgot. He still has his thing where he combines himself with his Void Scent.
I know. The inferno swelling within. Come! Let all creation be consumed by our ravenous fervor! I have you!
Owie!
Do not tell me your life's fire is already spent.
Far from it.
Yes! Yes! Rise once more! It mustn't end yet!
Oh, trust me, it won't end yet, Xenos. I've still got a few issues to work out.
A test of your reflexes! I have you!
Not very swift for Shadow, you know. Aha! Clever dick.
A test of your reflexes!
You've tested them enough at this point. Whack.
Show me your fortitude, fortitude! A test of your reflexes! I have you!
Like I said, Xenos, for Shadow, you're really not all that swift. Oh! Damn, he pulling no punches. Aight, Xenos.
Mine for the taking!
Owie.
Mine for the taking!
Nice try. We gonna get him. There we go.
A test of your reflexes.
The one thing I kind of like about this is that despite all the weird bullshit he pulls, he still kind of adheres to the job.
No, not yet. Not until the last of me is spent. Now fall. This is my moment! Our moment!
This feels like fucking... This feels like goddamn fucking Naruto versus Sasuke. It's just evolved to a fucking fist fight at this point. Yo! Knock his lights out! Charge our final attack! Rasengan! Now stay down. Okay, that was a goddamn epic conclusion. Fucking hell. Like, that really was the ultimate Naruto versus Sasuke rivalry at the end. Oh, God. Stay down, fucker. Hey, God damn it. I gotta beat your ass again.
That I should lose again.
But you did. So suck it.
How disappointing. Never have I understood those around me, understood their obsessions. Besieged by their banality, the world is a mire of tedium and trivialities. But in these fleeting moments, there is a spark.
Yeah, he is dying.
Blinding. Brilliant. Gone. Too soon. What of you, my mirror? Born into this world, bestowed name, bid to seek out strife and adventure.
Good grief, what happened to his arm? Oh, void sense still, probably.
Was this life a gift or a burden? Did you find fulfillment?
We're never going to get to hear his answer, huh? Oh! Oh, hi, Yul. We have finished Endwalker now, I guess. See ya, Xenos. We just left this man dead in the goddamn void. Fucking rip and rest.
Can you hear him? Say, must tend to. When you're, please.
Someone, and
Please.
you can't leave us. Not like this. If you do, I'll never forgive you. So come on. Open your eyes and get up.
My word, can't a hero of light get some rest? Can't a warrior of light get some rest around here every now and again?
Are you with us?
Can't a warrior of light get some goddamn rest around here?
Thank the heavens. For a moment we thought...
Guy need to level him to 90 most maximum of his talents
After
already.
what you've
Understandable.
done, you're the last person to be asking that. You... How can you keep your promise if you're not here?
I suppose you gotta find there.
Another fine show you've put on, my friend.
A fine show indeed. What were you thinking? Fighting alone? Never do that again. My poor heart couldn't bear it.
Put yourself in our place. If you hadn't returned, how do you think we would feel? And if that sounds harsh, it's because we care.
We tended to thy wounds as best we could. But how is the pain?
It's manageable for the moment.
That is gladdening. Grievous as thine injuries were, however, I would counsel repose for a time.
Gladdening! There's nothing gladdening about this.
I would say we
Meteor
just
appeared in here and told us that you were right behind her. We all got our hopes up, but you never came. And when you finally deigned to appear, you're within an ilm of your life.
yeah, because that bitch Xenos decided to fight me.
You. Damn you for making us worry.
Oh, those were cries of celebration. Anyway, well, the important thing is that you're all alive and in reasonably good health, and we mean to get you back that way.
Yeah, we left Xenos dead in the Dynamis realm.
I'm quite certain we're in range to make contact now.
Ah, excellent. Let us announce our return at once. I hope you're ready.
I've only just woken up from getting knocked out cold, and already I'm going to have to deal with the paparazzi.
While you were unconscious, we set out from Ultima Thule, you see. Can you stand? If so, you may wish to see what's outside.
I only just get back up from being beat within an inch of my life and having the ultimate Naruto versus Sasuke rematch against Xenos. And already you people are making me deal with the press. God damn you people.
We're home, my friend.
Or rather 12 damn you people. We did it! Honey, I'm home! I saved the world! Ow, my spine! My people. We have returned.
Welcome home.
They've done it!
Yes!
Oh, the primals? They probably spent all of their energy powering the ship.
Welcome home, everyone!
Seems like Tadru's got to get everything ready. Just because she's already off. And with that, the ship is basically out of energy. I think we missed the shot a little bit. We might be coming in for a tiny bit of a rough landing. And we'll dock her safely in port. A smooth landing in the ocean. So, that was Endwalker. Honestly, it's so difficult to rate the Final Fantasy XIV expansions anymore at this point because they're all so good. But, honestly, like, I know it's not done yet, but like, I'm just gonna have to wait until the full expansion comes out so I can rate it fully. But, in all honesty, I think Endwalker is right up there with Shadowbringers, if not just that tiny bit higher. I think they honestly wrapped up everything in the story so... Full? Oh, yeah. Because the main story may be done, but not really. Because every single 14, yeah, this is the expansion. It's the end of this story, but you see, Rao, every expansion afterwards has at least, like, an additional third worth of story. With an additional boss in there. And then there's also 3, like, separate bosses. The whole 12 series of regular raids, which we're already going to get, called Pandemonium, dealing with the first Ascian we actually ever fought against, and the fact that he's somehow not dead. Are we gonna do the stream? Oh, Lord, no. The content isn't even out, by the way. Isn't even out yet. 6.0.5 is when they're going to release the first of the raids. So that content isn't even out yet. No, you're fine, Rao. Don't worry about it. I'm sure a lot of people probably expected it to be in there at the beginning of the game anyways. And yeah, besides, you shouldn't worry about it. You don't really know any better about 14's release schedule and whatnot. But yeah. Honestly, the Alliance raids and the raids themselves honestly look like they're going to be super cool. Because if I remember correctly, let me see here. But yeah, the raids are going to be about, the regular 8-person raids are going to be, yeah, you joined at the end of the current story, so no worries, but the 8-person raids, which are a series of 12 raids and their savage versions, are going to be called Pandemonium. And they're going to be dealing with the first villain you ever the first major villain you ever fought in the series, La Habrea. And then the other one is going to be the 24-man raids entitled Myths of the Realm. One of the Alliance raids is about a prior La Habrea, like sort of how there was a prior Hermes. Good question. That'll be interesting. Yeah, and then the other one is Myths of the Realm, which is the 24-man raid, which releases in patch 6.1. Which is going to deal with the 12 gods. Gods of the realm. Like past Alliance raids. I'm honestly interested to see how they're going to top the Alliance raids last time, because the last Alliance raids were, as you were probably aware, the, But yeah, Pandemonium is going to be added in patch 6.0.5, which is coming soon, and then Myths of the Realm is going to be added in patch 6.1. I honestly wouldn't be against streaming those in the future. Indeed. The story's coming to an end for now. Oh, yeah, you gotta take a bio break, bro. I'm probably just gonna be ending this off to see the quest through to the end so we can see the elusive question mark quest icon in the top left corner. But man, guess I might as well go over my thoughts on the expansion. The story itself was absolutely breathtaking and took the series in directions I honestly didn't think it would. Like, the story had me second-guessing myself a lot of the time, and unlike a lot of the previous other expansions where things kind of didn't feel like they ramped up for like they took a while to get started, in Endwalker you're thrown into the thick of things right at the beginning. It's just like right at the very beginning of the expansion, you are immediately just thrown into like, hey, you're raiding like the Needle Towers or whatever the heck, and you're fighting against like the goddamn needles, and then like the level 83 dungeon, you're immediately going towards like the very end of the expansion to go fight Xenos, and it's like, what the fuck? I thought this was going to be at the very end. And then you go to the moon at like level 84 and kill Zodiark again at level 84. And everybody's just like, yo, wait, what the fuck? Why are we doing it this early? And then the final days actually show up and you go into space and oh god. The story took me for a massive fucking roller coaster ride the entire time. And I loved every second of it. I'm not ashamed to admit I cried a fair few times during this. More times than I'd honestly like to admit. The combat was absolutely stunning. It felt like they took the difficulty definitely up to like an 11. In terms of, oh wait, that's right, yeah, and then you're also going back to the final days and the whole time travel plot and everything. And honestly, everything tied it all back in together in such a satisfying bow. Like, every little detail was brought back in, from all the side characters forming the Ilsabard Alliance, to everybody helping to build the rocket ship. And I'm gonna be honest, as much as I despise Xenos, that final fight was sick. Like, it was everything from you'd expect from like a one-on-one. Because they made it a legitimate one-on-one with Xenos, which is something you've been hoping for the entire time. And they actually made it fair. Like, they gave you health regeneration and everything so you could make a few mistakes during the fight. Xenos' attacks were understandable. Well, like, it honestly legitimately felt like a fair one-on-one that you'd see at, like, the end of a dramatic anime or something. Like, it feels like the Naruto versus Sasuke rematch. And not just because of the punch scene at the end, but just because of the whole thing. Like, it legitimately feels like one of those anime tier, end of the series, big bad guy is defeated. For one reason or another, the rivals go and battle each other again. Like Goku v Vegeta, or Naruto and Sasuke. Just, that was just like the little cherry on top. Mwah. The combat was honestly super exciting, not just because of all the fantastic reworks they did for all the other classes. Lord knows I've gone off and off and off and off praising the summoner changes along with pretty much everybody else in the universe. But all of the classes legitimately felt super fun to play this time around with their new added abilities, and even the new classes flowed fantastically. Now, the Naruto v Sasuke rematch was canon. Like, specifically the one at the very end of the series where they fought each other. No, that is canon, Ral. They got their arms back, but it is canon. But yeah, both Reaper and Sage are really fun to play. All of the... Oh, god damn it, of course, they show Harsha font. Game's gonna make me cry one more time. But yeah, all of the new abilities felt super good. All the reworked classes that I played were reworked in a way that made them fun and interesting. Junko is the end singer. Yeah, seems like it. The classes that were reworked in ways that were fun and interesting. The new abilities felt like they honestly covered the kits that every character and class needed. The ones that were rebuilt from the ground up, like Summoner, were fun even at lower levels, so you didn't have to worry about all the cool stuff being locked behind the higher level expansions. Same thing with Reaper and Sage. They were all built really well for early and late game stuff. The dungeons were fantastically paced. At least in my opinion, with the combat and all of them feeling like they were ramped up to a significant degree. Thanks to the rebalancing, the mini-bosses actually felt like they mattered, and they were doing all sorts of cool shit with their mechanics. But they were learnable mechanics. Like, you could learn and understand them easily and realistically, because they'd show off the attack and then add something onto it. It's that kind of layer cake boss design that helps create a very engaging fight. Right, and Endwalker took that layer cake combat design for bosses and everything and helped create just these beautiful dungeons. I tell ya, later on in like, if you asked me about like some of the Shadowbringers dungeons, I wouldn't be able to tell you heads nor tails about some of their mechanics. I just see the regular dodging circles and just move there, but with Endwalker, I could tell you all about the boss's attacks. It honestly kind of felt like they took the readable and learnable boss design of like the Extreme Trials, decreased the difficulty slightly, and then put that in as the base dungeons, and that difficulty was so satisfying for me, as I'd imagine it was for a lot of other players at this point that have gotten used to more complex design thanks to Shadowbringers and the Extreme Trials in it. It truly felt like every single fight was a battle to the death. Death in terms of combat. All of the bosses were unique and memorable. Lord knows I can't wait to see the Extreme Trials. As far as I'm aware, they've only implemented the extremes for Hydaelyn and Zodiark. I think they're still working on the extreme for the Endsinger, which is honestly completely understandable considering the fact that how do you upgrade from her yeeting planets into each other? But yeah, I'm super excited to try out the Zodiark and Hydaelyn extremes. Those are going to be really cool. I haven't tried out the rest of the like bonus endgame dungeons. There's still so much for me to do. The scenery and vistas were absolutely fantastic. Like, and were just honestly overall beautiful. Well, in terms of their appearance and everything, The theming was fantastic as well because it was super diverse. You had like Old Charlian with a Greek theme. You had Radzat Han, which had a more Indian theme. And you had the moon, which was surprisingly beautiful despite how barren it was. As you had Labyrinthos, which took the idea of a like pre-constructed world and played it through brilliantly. It was just fantastic. But yeah, that wraps up my thoughts at the moment. I'm actually going to go ahead and take a quick bio break. So I am going to leave you guys with the credits here for a moment while I go and take a quick bio break. I'll be right back. I'm back. I'm back. Yeah, I think at the end, I think we just skip the rest of the credits here. Oh, there's still more. The Warrior of Light, Ender Kazashir. Well, of course, Ralph. They're from a different time to ours.
Dearest mother, dearest father, this letter will be the very last that I write to you from the Rising Stones. As I commit these words to parchment, I fondly recall my journey as a scion. From the time I first walked into the Order's former halls, to the time I set forth to forestall the final days. At the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, we fought the battle of our lives. Fought against despair itself. A veritable maelstrom of it, fed by the resignation that dwelled in the hearts of beings not so unlike ourselves. Full oft have I harbored the same malaise. Have I been brought to my knees,
Elbird.
crushed by the weight of sorrow and defeat, convinced that I will never rise again. However, I have also known many moments of unbridled joy and happiness. By this truth do I find hope within, blooming resplendent, like the Elpis flower. And thus do I endure. Do I look forward to creating more memories with my friends and loved ones. For from these fertile seeds, yet more hope shall spring forth. And they will grow to become shining lights that illuminate the dark. Thus believing, I leave the rising stones behind, as will my comrades. For, as we have decided, after careful deliberation, We are disbanding the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
There is no longer a need. After all, the realm has little conflict to be found anymore.
There you are, Alphino. Everyone is already gathered in the foyer.
My apologies. I'll be right there.
Oh. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are the, they're essentially the organization that we were a part of for the entire game. That we met, folks like Y'shtola,
that is what the story
Alphino, and everybody else. That's how we met them through this group. Yeah, they really wrapping everything up. Wait, Alphino says that's what the story will be. Now I'm curious. There you are, Alphino.
Sorry to keep you all waiting.
What could you possibly have left to do now?
Oh, just a letter.
I imagine it will be a while before we can gather like this again.
So it must be, if we're to keep up appearances. From now on, it falls to the Grand Company of Eorzea and its allies to deal with the realm's crises.
Meanwhile, we shall return to our erstwhile ways. Retreating
wow.
from to take our place in the shadows once more.
Indeed.
For the foreseeable future, I expect that we must work independently.
Heck.
Out problems that want
Yo, my voice is not cute.
But a day will come when we face another great challenge, and we will face it together, as we always have.
Truer words have never been spoken.
As much as I look forward to that day, I do hope it doesn't come anytime soon.
Agreed.
Well, formal association
Yeah, I guess
or no,
dang it, Rao.
if any of you should require my services, you need but ask. I'll be glad to keep my lance arm honed.
I'll hold you to that. So you had better keep your link pearl on hand.
So you really mean to stay, Tataru?
Oh, someone has to keep the Rising Stones in proper order. And even a super-secret organization requires a super-secret base of operations. To the rest of the world, it will be naught more than a workshop for Eorzea's foremost up-and-coming artisan. If you thought our coffers were full to bursting before, just...
Yeah, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn are still
Plotting
mostly a
to
secret
build a mercantile
organization.
empire to rival that of Lord Lodorito, are we?
I, for one, look forward to your future success.
And with that, I believe it is past time you all made ready to depart. Leave no preparations undone or words unsaid, all right? Now, off with you.
Ah, a champion and savior. I was beginning to think my chance for an audience would never come. That sounded more amusing in my head. Speaking of heads, I was worried about yours, and the rest of you for that matter, on the mend I trust. Glad to hear it. You were still in a bad way in healing magic, so no, I'm impressed by how swiftly you recovered. Then again, just how the first time you've cheated death, your strength as well has never failed to astonish me. Look at what you've accomplished. Medion defeated, her song of oblivion cut short, the source and all her reflections delivered from the final days. If you had faltered at the last, then all hope would have been lost, but you held fast. Now Rena has a tomorrow to look forward to, and I could ask for no greater gift than that. As for a lesser gift, however, next time you see her, I would appreciate you not describing my travel plans with Urianger as aimless wandering. Real purpose in our roaming, after all, keeping an eye on things while in the absence of the scions of the world stage. There'll never be an end to the little problems that can go untended by the nations. We'll do our best to help out wherever we can. Which I suppose is an approach not far removed from aimless wandering when you get down to it. Perhaps you could tell her I am faring well and leave it at that, eh? Not to mention this feeling of being uprooted. I've never been one to stand still for so long, but when I think of home, 'tis the rising stones that comes to mind. How many times did we set out from this base, thence return when our work was done? On the day when the Scions came together, I had only hoped for Minfilia to find a place where she belonged. Never did I expect to find one here myself. Indulge me, Ender. I have a question for you, and imagine Minfilia herself is asking. Are you glad you joined the Scions? Best decision I've ever made. Aye, I can honestly say the same. But all good things must come to an end, at least for a time. Should you need a helping hand for infiltration or reconnaissance, you know who to ask. I'll come running, and you'll likely get a certain funny-talking fortune-teller into the bargain. I doth heard that thine mother ist a female hound. If you really want to get a proper staring contest going, I can switch into my Dragoon armor. If you have something to say, then out with it. Just worried how you'll earn your keep now. You talk as if the Scion's dissolution was more than mere pretense. There may be fewer calls to action, but we should be compensated as before. Why are you so concerned for me anyway? In any case, I do not want 4 options, even if some are worse than others. No sooner did Amaric hear about it disbanded than he offered me a position as a guardman to the Imperium district. As a former Reserve Dragoon, I'm guaranteed to be popular, he said. What does he take me for? Even without his meddling, I'm perfectly capable of finding employment, and have. Some days ago, a Hanish envoy arrived with word from Vitra. The one requests my presence as soon as things have settled there. He did not design to mention why I'm needed, but it pertains to dragons like as not. In Thavnir, like elsewhere, the phenomena caused by the final days abated when you defeated Medion. Though it was too late for those who had already transformed, life is beginning to return to normal for the survivors. Of those who sought refuge in Charlian, most have already returned home. But many do not have a home to return to, nor loved ones. By an arrangement between Vitra and the Forum, such souls can remain in Charlian if they wish to work and study. Vitra was always on the shop with that. I often find myself speaking favorably of dragons as of late. A stark change of pace. I know such a nation may flourish is comforting. Vitra's king sought to release from conflict, so where were they for suffering? Wrath they surrendered to oblivion. But Magard Stormer didn't give up. In hope, he made the journey to distant Etheros with a clutch of eggs. And though his progeny went on to be embroiled in conflict with men, there were times when they transcended hatred to abide in harmony. That is their legacy and their triumph. In my lance, I feel the weight of their struggle and the strength of their resolve, and it lends me strength. These things I might never have learned had I not joined you. Should you ever have need of me, I will come. At the very least, it might be an opportunity to earn some coin. Fair enough, Estinian. Fair enough. Oh, are we saying our farewells too? I hadn't, at present, planned on a journey of any great length. Not that I have averse for a moment or two of quiet reminiscence. In fact, there's something I've been meaning to ask you, something that has been in my thoughts since the last flames of the final day subsided. Ask away. During our travels, we have witnessed more than a lifetime's work of oddities and spectacles, more than can be easily recalled or remembered. And nestled among those memories are certain essential facts, the history of Atheros and the ancients, glimpses of the Ea, their culture and philosophy. Rather than simply hoard such treasures in my mind, I've wondered I could not be disseminating them in formal records for wider consumption. When needed, I have penned reports and prepared briefings, but never have I balked at the idea of binding the subject of my studies in a book or tablet. Truth is, given shape and interpretation, when we seek to capture with our words, it's invariably molded into fit a narrative, no matter how well intended the rendering. I venture to describe as sad, a summation which falls to express the emotional complexity, yet a word on a page is what endures, a pale shadow of reality. Throughout history, some have deliberately embellished the truth, but I believe many, if not most, deviations are a result of similar linguistic shortcomings, piling one on top of the other until the end result is unrecognizable from its origin. Which is why I fear that writing an account of my own words would be akin to dulling fine wine with water. Yet, even with the potential for corrupted meaning, I do of course realize the importance of keeping written records. Without them, my search for wisdom would be a painful fare indeed. But what say you on this matter? Should I take up the quill, reflect upon those experiences we have shared, and seek to preserve them for posterity? Aye, let them be read and be remembered. And even if you dull the water with wine, only some folks can actually enjoy it that way. Very well then, I shall endeavor to pen what I can of the EA and the ancients and so many other wonders. But I am no scribe, it'll be less polished work and more a reordering of scattered notes. In any case, I feel much better having sold your opinion. Left to our own devices, we tend to overthink such things. I will otherwise return to following where my curiosity leads. After all, a safe method of travel to the first yet eludes me, and our venture into the great expanse has prompted an entirely new set of questions. Should you stumble into the unknown or struggle with some impenetrable mystery, know that I am at your beck and call. It never hurts to see things from a different perspective, and mine is rather different than most. That is true. She do be blind, though. Oh, Ender. Might you have a moment to talk? With Assaran stepping away from the public eye, I have been left to consider what new endeavors I might pursue. And after speaking with Kryl, I've decided I'll be assisting her in rebuilding the students of Baldessian. Not only am I indebted to Master Jolf for giving me a new home, but he had an order never existed, I would have never set foot within the Crystal Tower. How different my life might have been. I would have never met you, never become the caretaker of a tower, never become a scion. You gave me the chance to do so much good, and I hope to continue to do so with the students. For an added benefit, new mysteries often find their way to our doorsteps from mysteries could prove ideal for fulfilling our purpose to embark on new adventures together unlike any we've experienced before. You can count me in. Whenever you have the time and inclination, my friend, I stand ready to accompany you into the unknown. Do you recall in the realm of Omicrons when I asked if you thought someday I may be mentioned in your epic? Whilst it is true that to earn a place at your side would be the stuff of dreams, in the end, nothing would give me greater joy than to stand with you in the here and now. It needn't be some grand endeavor, there needn't be any promise. Just take me on an adventure with you. Without second thought. Ha! I'll hold you to that. As much as we've already seen, there's still so much we haven't. Who knows? Perhaps maybe we encounter the survivor of the Omicron somewhere out there. After all, given how they look to the stars, isn't it implausible that some found themselves far from home? Should we encounter a wayward traveler awaiting commands that will never come? I would bid them seek a new adventure with someone, and that partner find a new purpose and a new dream. For if crystals can hold fast to dreams, why not Omicrons? Wherever your plans may lead, do not hesitate to send word, and should a commission of interest come my way, you would be the first to know. I'll hold you to that, friend. Oh, Enda, pray forgive me for delaying the gathering. I was writing a letter, you see, to my parents. As busy as Father has been tending to the aftermath of the Exodus, he has been good enough now to show concern for the Scions. And besides, I've made them worry enough for a lifetime. Henceforth I'll endeavor to write as often as I'm able. A little effort to set their minds at ease while we continue to be away from Charlian. Both Alize and I are off to assist with Garlemald's recovery, you see. Though uncertainty remains over what will become of the nation, we will rejoin those members of the Ilsabard contingent still stationed there. Lucia and Maxima helm the relief effort with support from our allies, the people of Garlemald, along with them. They will gradually be joined by those who have finished treating the tempered across the lands. Lest you misunderstand, we do not seek redemption for failing when seeing out her sister. That was a burden we must always bear. Nay, we go because of the truth in Lord Quintus's words. Truth that, for whatever ideals individuals may espouse, nations are not moved to action unless they stand to benefit. For the foreseeable future, the fallen empire will be at the mercy of both internal and external forces. And though I do not doubt the intentions of the contingent, with greater powers involved in the relief effort, our allies may well find themselves drawn into a political agenda. In going, we seek to ensure that the needs of the people come first, to understand their hearts, that we might better help them begin anew. I'll visit when I can. By all means, full glad I would be for your visit, and I believe I speak for Alize as well. For fairly long as I've been in Eorzea, you've been at my side, watching over me in good times and bad. How many times have we gathered to share tidings? That could possibly keep count. The world is changing and will continue to do so, yet no matter what the future brings, I hope I can ever look to you. In good times and in bad, as a dependable comrade and a dear friend of both. Thank you, Enda, from the bottom of my heart. Excuse me. Oh, Enda, how are you feeling? Any lingering aches or pains? I'm all good. Can't apologize enough for sending Zeos to find you an ultimate Thule. When he came to me in Charlie and as truly torn as ever, there was only one thing on his mind. Forced to make a decision, I reasoned that if he would not be deterred from seeking you out, it might at least aid us in our cause, and so I struck a bargain. In the end, he was true to his word, and you defeated him despite your earlier exertions. Knowing the state you found, it only could have ended very differently. My decision almost cost you your life, and no words could express the remorse I feel. It worked out. You did the right thing. It is a relief to hear you say that. Thank you. Time and time again, I've been made to feel woefully inadequate. I wasn't much use in battle, nor could I face the forum without my nerves getting the better of me. It always befell to you and the others. I must and will do better. And I'll begin with the restoration of the students of Baldessian. Through our work, Charlian will strengthen his ties with the nations, and that we may be better prepared to face whatever threats arise in the future. Of course, this isn't something I can accomplish alone, but thankfully I have the staunchest of help in Raha and Ojika and our other remaining members. Together we'll continue Grandfather's work. As before, certain commissions will call us to take dangerous locales, and we may need to call upon seasoned adventurers. In such times, might you be willing to assist us, not because you feel obliged, mind you, but because you feel the allure of the task itself? You know I'd be down for it. Marvelous. Should something of interest arise, I shall not hesitate to reach out to you. Until that day, I shall endeavor to become a more dependable comrade. Ender, thou hast spoken with our comrades. Though its parting not be forevermore, 'tis nonetheless occasion for sorrow, akin to a pixie's path. The navigation of such farewells is a perilous endeavour indeed. For their part, however, the Loporrits embark on a new beginning. Though bereft of their purpose as vessel, the moon yet remained hospitable for the creature of Aetherius. Thus do our lunar visitors convene with the Forum, intent upon assigning some new and beneficial role to our solitary satellite. Yet ere that may come to pass, there is much and more each party must learn of the other, a process which doth promise to be eventful indeed. To that end, a cadre of Loporrits hath gleefully dispersed across our lands in the name of mutual understanding. Hydaelyn, 'tis said, did imbue them with her love for all things born of the star. And 'tis Vana's own nature, I believe, which doth manifest in this irrepressible, inexorable copy of herself. Having witnessed that which they strove to achieve, I wish most keenly for their long labours to be rewarded, that with their abiding affection for man result in a boon for all. Moreover, I hope to continue our acquaintance and share in such knowledge as they see fit to impart. You are the first to truly understand them. Dost thou think so? The Loporrits are certainly possessed of a unique outlook, and it hath been my pleasure to act as their facilitator upon this star. Mayhap I might yet serve as a bridge betwixt them and our fellow man, as Brito once did for me. But I shall digress no further. The day should belong to the signs of the seventh dawn, not to mine incomparable companions. Oft times hath mine reticence caused thee grief, and mine actions spurred thee forward, and yet here amongst you I still stand. No amount of words could express my gratitude for thine acceptance and forgiveness. Thus instead I do offer my humble support, be it unto the deepest abyss or the highest heavens. Even if I must needs wander across the stormy seas, I shall ever answer thy summons. Ender, seen to your preparations, have you? I'm just making another sweep of my belongings. Would you to find I've forgotten something halfway through my destination. Oh, in case you haven't heard, we received reports dealing with the devastation caused by the final days. The situation is gravest in the land surrounding the Bounty, where the skies first begin to burn. After that, the calamity was observed in the far north, in Garlemald and the frozen lands beyond. We also had reports of the heavens catching fire in isolated locations, one of which was an area in the northern empty. Had our quest taken any longer, Charlene too may have come under threat. Thank goodness it's over now. To be sure, blasphemies and their lesser beasts may still be roaming about, but these localized crises should be well within the capacity of each nation to handle on their own. Science are no longer needed. We will help out where we can, of course, as individuals no more of this order business. For my part, I'll be heading to Garlemald with Alphino, where among the worst affected, they still need all the help they can get. It won't be easy. An inevitable part of aiding those in need is coming face to face with tragedy. Knowing it doesn't make it any easier, though. That'll curse my weakness, my inability to fix every problem and save every soul. But no matter how much it hurts, I won't give up. I'll do whatever I can for as many people as I can, begrudging no effort. Should I find myself discouraged, I'll remember you. Think back fondly to one of your many moments of triumph and the accompanying determined expression. Even those who still annoy me in retrospect, like when you activated the teleporter without warning. You should hear about me. I want to remember you too. Remember that I'm out there somewhere, trying my very best. I look forward to hearing all about the legendary Alice Levier. Not that I'm trying to become famous or anything. That being said... Next time we meet, I'll be vastly improved, so don't be surprised when you find yourself marveling at me. spoken your fill, have you? So I'm thinking to send everyone off. With your permission, then. Your attention, please. At risk of spoiling the mood, the time of departure is upon us. In my capacity as your receptionist, I bid you all safe journeys. Till next we meet, be well. And thus we doth go our separate ways. To our own remote corners of the world.
Though we ought to speak with Lord Emmerich first. If he's received word of any recent developments, we need to know.
'Twould be prudent to purchase some warmer clothes at least. Mayhap we can pick up a few souvenirs for Euless and the others while we're at it.
Where will you all be heading next?
Dravania. There is a book I've been meaning to borrow from the Great Google Library. And I can think of at least one person who will be most displeased should I fail to visit before leaving.
Master Matoya.
We've no particular destination in mind, but we do intend to stop in Charlia before we set off.
We had thought to ask after the Loporrits. I am curious as to how well those who chose to remain are adapting to their changed circumstances.
Might we accompany you then? Raha and I were planning to return to the Baldessian Annex.
Commissions have been piling up in our absence, and they must be dealt with ere we begin our work in earnest.
Estinian, you will return to Radzat Han, will you not?
Aye. For Vritra's benefit, though I've yet to hear the details. I may not stay long.
I see. Then it is here the Scions at last part ways. Each to some far-flung corner of the realm.
Perhaps. But I believe one of our number, a rather important one at that, has yet to divulge his plans.
Oh. I never did tell anybody what I was going to quite do.
Indeed.
Fair point.
So, what's next for our humble adventurer?
Truly does feel like the end of an era. Yet stand tall, my friend, for our journey will never end. Usually the end of the chapter would give some like cryptic hint about what was going to come next, but this one just simply ends with Finn. How fitting.
The constancy of this place never ceases to amaze me. An ocean of souls, shimmering and eternal.
Azim?
And yet, something stirs. Yes. Steeped in darkness, deep as starless night. The beast hungers. Alas, I dare not investigate in earnest before the coming of my guiding star, as he foretold. We shall descend to the depths, you and I, to confront the dread beast Pandemonium.
There it is. Our teaser
sights we shall see.
for the events to come.
The sights we shall see.
However, that will have to wait for expansion 6.0.5. When that will happen, who knows? You have completed the main scenario quest Shadowbringer. Quests to unlock new content have become available in Old Sharlayan. You may now enter the Dead Ends with a party of NPC avatars. Rest well, Champion of Aetheris. Many more adventures await for you. Achievement unlocked, that its chorus might ring for all. And with that, it would appear that for now, our journey has come to an end. The quest line displays nothing but a simple "to be continued." And we get one more thing for completing the story. We get to ride Argus of our own accord. But I think for now, it's going to go ahead and wrap things up here for tonight. So, let us go ahead and find someone to raid, shall we? Oh, gosh dang it. YouTube video's lagging out. Hang on. Any moment now. Let's see. Let's go raid Feline tonight. For those of you who don't know who Feline is, they are a variety streamer here on Twitch. They play a few different games. They don't really stream very often. When they do, it's always pretty fun. And it looks like they're playing Escape from Tarkov tonight. As for the raid message, let's do... Beam Brigade is charging in after averting the final days and truly walking to the end of the realm. I'd say that sums up tonight rather well. So yeah, thank you all very much for watching. Not going to be any stream tonight stream tomorrow as per usual. and then on Thursday, I will see you guys for something random. However, that's going to be my last stream for a while. I'm going to be going home for vacation, so because of that, I will not be able to stream. I hope you all understand. I'll explain more later. Bye! What the?